Irebisi is from Strategic Government Engagements, West Africa. An interesting woman, you'd love to hear her. And then from Microsoft, Nanye Ujab. Is Nanye here? Nanye works for Microsoft. Government Affairs. She leads Government Affairs with Microsoft. I hope she's able to make it. Dr. Basha is already here too, so please come forward. And Folabi Olamide. I haven't seen a Folabi, but is he here anywhere in the audience? So my approach to this is, rather than wait for a speaker or two, we'll proceed with those who are here. So we'll be on time for today. We will need to also break early and prepare for the award night. So we have almost everybody. I then ask you to please
you have a keynote.
Listen to the 10-minute keynote address by the gentleman who heads the Bureau for Public Reforms. His representative will step forward now, introduce himself, and give the keynote. Please applaud him. As soon as it's done, Rex will take over. I would not need to come back on stage. Rex, is that okay?
That's fine.
Cool.
Thank you very much, sir. My name is Ogunchi Olusegun. I'm the head of IT, Bureau of Public Service Reforms. I'm representing my Director General, who is unavoidably absent from this event due to other exigencies that is beyond his control. So I'll quickly present his keynote address. The keynote address by Dr. Dia Arabi, Director General, Bureau of Public Service Reforms, on the occasion of Digital Nigeria Conference and Exhibition 2023 at International Conference Center. On this day, Thursday, 26th October 2023. Let me start by congratulating National Information Technology Development Agency, NITDAin, for organizing the Digital Nigeria Conference and Exhibition 2023 with the theme Annexing Digital Technology for Job Creation, Inclusive Economic Growth and Sustainability. I equally wish to sincerely register my appreciation for extending invitation to me to present this keynote address. The theme of this year's conference is Heart, and indeed an opportunity for me as the Director General of Bureau of Public Service Reforms to present an overview of the state of digitization of government in Nigeria. More so, I will provide a realistic assessment of the current situation, the challenges faced, and the potential for further progress within the critical realm with respect to the Nigeria public service. The Bureau of Public Service Reform was established in 2004 as the lead agency and NGO to initiate, coordinate, monitor, and evaluate implementation of reform programs and policies, conduct research and implementation efforts, and present best practice models. BPSR was established based on the need to have an NGO that is enabled with the required capability and resources to leverage on local and international knowledge networks and community of public administration best practices in order to support policy, institutional and governance reform processes which require expertise and good practices on an ongoing basis. Globally, government is an important institution constituted to, among others, provide public goods and services to the citizens. The public service, therefore, fundamentally exist to ensure governments are able to fulfill their campaign promises to the citizens. Nonetheless, owing to the changing and evolving nature of the society and the increasing demand on government services, government across the world has been in constant search of solutions aimed at delivering services effectively, efficiently to citizens. On account of this, so many reforms were introduced and implemented to redefine and reinvigorate the public service and ensure it adapts to the rapidly changing and evolving global communities. E-government and use of digital technology are new norms of reform, with many opportunities to deliver better quality of service and enhance efficiency and transparency in the governance process. Now, the current state of digitization in Nigeria. What are the e-government initiatives that have been put in place so far? Nigeria has taken significant steps in adopting e-government initiatives, some of which include adoption of e-government policies, where we have establishment of Federal Ministry of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy established in 2011, with a primary mandate to foster a knowledge-based economy and information society in Nigeria. Next to that is the approval and launching of Nigeria e-Government Master Plan in 2020. We also have a number of initiatives that have been introduced to streamline government processes. Introduction of online portals for various government services, such as issuance of tax clearance, business registration, public procurement activities, international passports, driver's licenses, among others. There is also some digital initiatives that have been introduced in the recruitment process in the federal public service, which has helped in the transformation of recruitment process in the federal civil service from manual to online process. In terms of public financial management, there has been an automation of personnel and payroll system in the federal service, which has saved government of about 10.6 trillion between 2017 to 2022, and has eliminated over 70,000 ghost workers. In addition to that, there is a creation of government integrated financial management information system that are used to carry out the internal and the external financial processes within the MDAs. The creation of treasury savings accounts that government has adopted and has saved a lot of revenue for the government. In terms of public procurement, there's also automation of public procurement processes through the creation of National Open Contracting Portal Service, which is referred to as NOCOPO, through which citizens can access public procurement information, track procurement process, and give feedback on planning, tendering, award, contract, and implementation stages. In terms of digital identity, the public service has adopted and implemented National Identity Database to serve as central source of identity verification and authentication both for public and private institutions. With regards to public access to information, government websites and social media channels played an important role in disseminating information to the public in order to enhance transparency and accessibility. In this area, the Bureau of Public Service Reform has put in place a mechanism called Federal Government Scorecard for ranking websites of ministries, departments, and agencies, which help to facilitate regular evaluation of government websites and ensure they meet global standards. In terms of use of emerging technologies, several government agencies have leveraged the use of emerging technology to improve efficiency, reduce corruption,
enhance service delivery within their MDAs. Currently, the Bureau is collaborating with Nigeria Communication Commission to accelerate the adoption of this highly potential digital and emerging technology in the ministries, departments, and agencies. All of these initiatives are not without their attendant challenges and obstacles, and I will just run through the few of them, though not limited to this. First on this list is digital device. We have noticed that access to digital technology remains unequal, with urban areas enjoying more reliable infrastructure and internet connectivity than rural areas. There's also issues around data privacy and security. There have been challenges related to data protection, cyber threats, and ensuring the security of citizens' information, which we need to address to build trust in digital government services. In addition to all of this, is also bureaucratic hurdles, which slow down the reform and create resistance to change in some government agencies, and has also hampered the full realization of digital transformation. To cap it all, we have digital illiteracy. Currently, digital literacy and skills are grossly inadequate in public service, leading to setback in government efforts to deploy digital technologies. This was further re-echoed by the baseline assessment conducted by BPSR in 2020 to determine and establish digital literacy proficiency level of 580 public service workforce using the IC3 digital literacy metrics. The result of which called for immediate retooling and rescaling with the change of strategy and the need to align with the standard of globe going forward. This assessment has clearly established that a significant portion of population lack digital literacy, the same within the public service, hindering their ability to access and utilize government services online. What are our recommendations and what are the future prospects we are projecting? First is the infrastructure development. There is need for investment in digital infrastructure, particularly in rural and underserved areas, and this should be prioritized to bridge the digital divide. In terms of data protection and cybersecurity, the government must establish robust data protection law and security measures to safeguard citizens' information and instill trust in digital services. With regards to capacity building, there is need to promote digital literacy and skills development programs to empower citizens, importantly the public service workforce, with the knowledge needed to effectively utilize government services, most of which are now digitally driven. And with regards to this, the Bureau of Public Service Reform has obtained an approval of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation in 2022 to conduct baseline assessment, training, and certification of 500,000 public servants on digital literacy and emerging skills. In furtherance of that, an interministerial task team comprising of key government agencies has been constituted. Towards this end, the Bureau is already partnering NITDAin, that is National Information Technology Development Agency, to flag off this initiative by November 2023. In addition to this is regulatory reforms. There is need to streamline bureaucratic processes, reduce red tape, and create a conducive environment for digital transformation within government agency. There is also need for us for government to partner with private entities. There is need to leverage partnership with the private sector to enhance the development and implementation of e-government solutions, ensuring sustainability and innovation. In conclusion, while Nigeria has made strides in digitizing government services, there are present challenges that need to be addressed. The digital divide, data security, bureaucracy, and digital literacy are significant hurdles. However, with strategic investments, regulatory reforms, and most importantly, capacity building, Nigeria has the potential to realize a more inclusive and efficient digital government in the federal public service and Nigeria at large. As the Director General of BPSR, I am committed to working towards a future where every Nigerian can benefit from a well-digitized government. I invite all stakeholders to join us in this endeavor. Thank you for your rapt attention. I wish you all a successful conference. Good morning.
Thank you. I think that's a good charge by the Director General of Bureau for Public Service Reforms, represented by my good friend Shegun. That's well delivered. Please, can we appreciate him? Let's put our hands together for him. I'd like to check if we have a representative of Microsoft in the hall now. Okay. All right. Okay, this session is titled Delivering Essential Government Services Efficiently Using Technology. And my name is Rex Abitogun. I'm the lead consultant, Chief Executive Officer for Management Edge. Management Edge is an IT service company providing services for individuals, governments, and private organizations in the area of provision of skills, resources, and knowledge. And I'm joined by my other colleagues. We have a mix of panelists here. We have some from government, some from the private sector. So I'd like to request that, starting with the Commissioner of Science and Tech, Cross River State, please introduce yourself.
Thank you so much. I am Dr. Justin Beshel, Honorable Commissioner for Science and Technology, Cross River State. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, please. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. My name is Nana Erebisi. I lead government strategy for West Africa at Amazon Web Services, AWS.
Okay.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. My name is Engineer Shoaib Kabir Bello. I'm the Senior Special Assistant to the Kaduna State Governor on ICT. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, you have to introduce yourself now.
My name is Ogunti Olusegun. I'm the head of IT Bureau of Public Service Reforms.
Okay. Again, I'd like to ask if we have Noye and Afolabi here. If you're in the hall, please join us at this side of the divide. Without wasting much of your time, technology is playing a major role in different sectors in our lives, and it is very, very important that we begin to look at, we begin to look at how we deploy technology services in driving government services. And it's very, very important that we have a joint collaboration between the government and the private sector in terms of delivering the right service to the citizens. We're going to, I don't know if this time is for us, Mr. Kamabonta, because it's showing 12 minutes, which is different from what we have here. So technical, please, you may need to adjust it. I'd like to hear from my team of panelists, and possibly when I get to you, you have the opportunity to introduce yourself. How can government leverage technology to improve accessibility and inclusivity when delivering essential services to citizens? I'd like to have random opinion or perspective, and since maybe we should use last in, first out now. Since you are here, I'm going to start with you, and I'll equally request that you use the opportunity to introduce yourself.
Thank you, sir. My name is Olamide Afolabi. I'm the CEO of Touch and Pay Technologies Limited. We are the company behind the Cowrie card, the payment for BRT in Lagos State.
Oh, excellent.
And the rail service. So essentially, it's a testament of how the government is using technology to improve essential service, such as public transportation in Lagos. And the numbers are there now, because right now we have millions of people that rely on that infrastructure to move around. As a result of that, we've been able to generate a lot of data that wasn't in existence because people were paying cash. So right now, the government knows the times that people, move, the flow, and then they also have the ability to then plan and improve infrastructure in the states. So this is one of the benefits of government using technology to, drive essential service. And we always say that transportation is very key, because whether you are moving from your office to work or you are going about your market, it covers everybody. Everybody is actually reliant in one way or the other on public transport. And technology has really helped in driving that infrastructure.
Excellent. So that is a way of equally saying that in Lagos State, the citizens of Lagos State are enjoying the service from the government. 100%. Okay. So I haven't heard that. Let's go to Cross River. This is from one hand to another now. And you may want to share with us how you are using technology to drive government services.
Thank you again for this honor to speak. Well, we want to talk about government essential services. I think about things that are very pivotal, very key to existence of humanity. And one of those aspects to look at generally is, one, security. We look at the health sector. We look at education. We look at agriculture. Before now, what is obtainable in delivering services has been person to person, moving information as a group, through writing, moving from one place to other to deliver the services. Generally, we term it paperwork. No doubt, we know what paperwork constitutes. There are a lot of bureaucratic bottlenecks associated with it. And there are also a lot of costs associated with it. The cost implication is buying the papers, writing, printing, and then making the information, which ordinarily is meant to be displayed to get to the targeted population in time. It comes with a delay in service. It comes with a huge cost. And so, one of the things that could be used to overcome that and to make information easily transmitted is automation and the use and application of e-government. If government processes are automated, such that, for example, you want to checkmate regularity at work, punctuality at work, you use biometric application, where physical indices like fingerprints are used to check who comes to work early or who does not come to work. It will use to curb down and to check late coming and to check irregularity to work. And that is what we should be looking up to. And then secondly, if government applies a one-stop shop, like a portal, for example, government.ng, what the people are interested in is, I want to know, I am part of the government. Government is about the people. I am part of the people. So every citizen is interested in knowing the government policies and how the government is being run. And so with just one-stop portal, whether you are in Canada, provided you are Nigerian, whether you are in UK, you are Nigerian, you have access to correct information. Right. And it's as a result of lack of this that we see quackery, we see people coming out with lots of fake information. And so government should apply.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
I know you have a lot to tell us, but we just don't want to exhaust everything at once. Nenna,
yes.
You've done a couple of projects across West Africa, and looking at West Africa with the issue of Anglophone, Francophone, and it's going to be difficult to have a unified or single platform that is not language-centric. So it means that you have to put into context language barriers in all these regions. Would you say that government in these countries, these West African countries, are really doing enough in terms of leveraging on technology? And I know that AWS is doing a whole lot. Okay, so I would like to hear your perspective. Are there challenges? Do you think we're there? Do you think we're, what do you think we need to do? And what do you think, how do you think government can leverage on available platforms that you provide in getting citizens access to some of the government services?
Okay, thank you very much. So the one thing that I want to say is that even as it looks like it's slow adoption with governments, the Nigerian government is doing an absolutely great job in terms of leveraging technology. There's still a long way to go, but because I cover West Africa and I travel across the region, I see that, we're way ahead of most of our, regional counterparts, but of course we can't rest on ours. I have, I work for AWS, the leading cloud services provider. Some of the conversations that we have globally have advanced more than the ones that I tend to have in region. I'm still having conversations around websites, around basic hosting, around should you actually use digital service? Where do I keep my data? What is cloud? But then you're having conversations in, more advanced economies around machine learning, AI, how, people don't even interact with paper. When he was talking, I understood exactly what he was saying because, we're still this is still a time where you still need to do letters in Nigeria for meetings and all of that. I was hoping that COVID would have changed our mindset around how we just, embrace some of the things. And it has done so, but there's still a journey. So what I would say is, I think that we all know we have the population in Nigeria in a region, for instance. We know that we need to embrace the adoption of digital services to drive information and data. Everyone says it now, data is the new oil. We have an abundance of that in Nigeria. We're generating tons of data every day. Some of you are currently taking pictures, you're putting it on Instagram, on Twitter, on LinkedIn. That is all content, and that is all something that we can analyze. We need to move from the conversation of should we be leveraging technology to be able to, how do we analyze it to be able to predict the near future. That is where we're going. Analytics of data to be able to ensure that you can plan for a state like Cross River. You have your citizens, you want to roll out a program, you know where exactly people are, what their needs are. That is what we should be embracing in terms of technology.
Excellent. Thank you very much. That's very insightful. I like the fact that you mentioned that we need to move from leveraging to adoption and to living it. I'm going to go to my very good friend, Engineer Tribal, Kaduna State. You're doing a whole lot in your state. And you want to share with us some of the challenges that you face in using government or leveraging technology in delivering services to citizens.
Thank you very much, Rex. As you are aware, Kaduna State has, you've confessed, Kaduna State has done a lot. we have a high digital maturity in the state, and the challenges we've faced or we realized is that the civil servants have, there's a need for upskilling. for these services to run efficiently, you need these people behind the helms of affairs to be able to connect to these solutions. For example, we have the e-health my record management system, where we've realized that there are problems with the nursing stations, for example, where you're supposed to check out patients at the end of the treatment and all whatnot. And then we've noticed that these nurses don't really connect to the system, and you have problems at that point. So for me, this is a major challenge, and this is what we've been trying to concentrate on in the state, to see how we can improve on the delivery of critical government services.
Excellent. That makes a lot of sense, and I like the fact that you talk about upskilling. You can't talk about technology without training the people that will equally use this technology to deliver services. And I think it should cut across states. We need to do a whole lot. We must commend NITDA and the federal government on what they're doing in terms of the 3 million empowerment training. I think that's a good initiative. And I'm going to come to Shegun in a while. But I'd like to quickly announce that if the panel session is about to start, and if these people are here, Dr. Issa, your team, Beatrice, Lawrence, as well as Rinsola, Abiola, please remain to go to the other room for, sorry, when I say the other room, I mean, so I mean the parallel session is about to start and we'll go to the breakout room. Thank you. Shegun, tell us, I know that your bureau is doing a whole lot in terms of promoting or creating awareness through different programs. And in the speech that you deliver on behalf of your DG, you talk about a couple of things that government is doing in terms of delivering services with technology. Will you say we are there? And if we're not, what should we be doing next?
Thank you, Mr. Rex. We are not there yet, and we are not where we were 2-3 years ago. What I can say in addition to the good comments that have come across the panel is for us to have an effective adoption of ICT technology to drive government processes, there is need for a roadmap. That roadmap is already there, which is Nigeria government master plan. But the question now is that why is it that most MDs are not working with that master plan? Then it now comes to bear that there is need for us to start enforcing it across the MDAs. It is for us to start demanding that MDA cannot deliver service without technology. That is one. Then secondly is the issue of standardization. A lot of people bring in a lot of initiative, but without a mechanism to ensure that this will meet up with global standard. So I think that issue of standard needs to also be addressed. Then thirdly is the issue of capacity, which other panelists have talked about, is a very key issue that must be looked into. Like I read in the DG speech that in 2020 we did baseline assessment, and surprisingly we couldn't get up to 13% of public servants that could scale through that assessment. So we need to give a strong focus and attention to the issue of capacity building. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's very keen to know. You talk about standardization, and that will take me to the next set of questions, and that has to do with user experience. Oftentimes, when you talk about technology adoption, ease of use and user interface or user experience is equally one of the key factors that one need to put into consideration. And I'm going to go back to you. You know I'm coming to you, right? So I'm going to go back to you. In terms of user experience, I'd like to hear the experience of citizens in Lagos, the Lagosians, how they are jumping into the service that you provide through the carry.
Thank you for that. One of the things that we realize very quickly, and I think this is also very important when we are importing technology, is that localizing technology is one of the key ways to drive adoption. When you bring something working in the UK or something working in Israel, for example, and you try to force it down on people, you might not be able to customize it to their need, and it will just kill the adoption. People don't want to look stupid. They would rather blame it on the technology. One of our friends was saying that if you have an artificial intelligence driving a car, we are not kind to that AI. Because if it was a driver that had an accident, we are kind to the driver because we make excuses for them. But if it's an AI, there's no excuse. We are never going back there because you're supposed to be smarter than us. So it's the same thing when it comes to technology adoption. You need to localize it. You need to talk to the people and make sure that people are able to use the technology in their own flesh, in their own comfort zone. And that's one of the things that drives adoption. When we're building for Lagos State, initially Lagos State had tried to import technology and it failed. But when we built to the heart of the people, and 3 years it's still working. And the number of users are growing because once we go to the field and we hear customers complain, we hear them say they want this, we go back to our code and do that. For example, we are like the first country in the world that is using tap in, tap out on buses.
Sorry, say that again.
Tap in, tap out on buses.
Okay.
So when I say tap in, tap out, most times when you go on metro in the UK, you check in, and when you check out, it returns balance. But buses in the UK are flat fare. It doesn't matter where you are going. Everybody has a line. But we have to build something here in Lagos where buses are working like metro. I mean, you tap in, and when you get to your destination, you tap out, and it returns the change. So those are some of the changes that we had to do, localizing technology to our own reality. And we are getting to a point where, you can even speak the local dialect, the local language to people, so that people are able to relate with the system, not just for English people. Most of our technologies only speak English. They don't speak in Hausa, for example. They don't speak in Yoruba. And we have a lot of people that would love to use your technology, but they don't understand English, and you can't force them. At the end of the day, what they would rather do is just push it aside and say, no, go use something else. Okay, go bring something else.
Thank you, Afolabi. When you say that we need to localize and we need to equally, we need to get this technology to speak our local language, it makes a lot of sense. So the next thing that comes to mind is when are we going to have your tap-in, tap-out card saying that Oshodi Okimawaleo? So, but you mentioned monitoring the numbers, your data, and equally seeing that whatever needs to be done in terms of scalability, you are equally doing it, which is very, very important. And that will take me to Doctor in terms of data analytics. Without data, you cannot measure it. If you cannot measure it, you can't control it. All right? What is the role of data analysis in delivering government services? And do you think we have the right infrastructure for scalability? Should this number grow as citizens are accessing government services?
Thank you so much. Yes, that is very, very key. Data is key. And without data, we cannot progress, not in any of the government venture. But one of the key things that is very, very vital before I even go to data collation is providing an enabling environment for such. When I mean enabling environment is this. One of the key problems that we suffer, especially in Nigeria, even in the metropolis, let alone the rural areas, is the bandwidth of the internet availability. One who will have sent a data to you from a local community, if he has no access to internet facility, such data cannot be generated. Using crossover as a point of reference, as I speak with you, we have fiber optics cable running around the metropolis of Calabar. And same is already on the road to go to other local areas, so that information that is meant to be fed, that's time specific, can easily be generated and stored. If you go to Cross River State Internal Revenue Service now, we have generated codes for online payment. Nobody just walk to a bank, say, I want to pay. There's nothing like a physical cash transfer. You go, everything is coded. And so without the data, we wouldn't have coded that. So we already have some key data are already embedded while work is still in progress. Like we said, we are not yet there, but we know that we are not where we used to be 2 years back. We are advancing, and we are going to go into it on a serious note.
Excellent. I'm glad that we're not yet there, but we're making good progress. And again, scalability. I know you have one of the most robust infrastructure for scalability. What next stage are you looking at?
Don't put me on the spot, Rex. I report into managers. But I mean, I'm very excited about the things that are upcoming. Some of them we can't announce. But if you think about where we are, let's take a picture from where we are now and where we were last year. So this time last year, AWS was just beginning its journey in Nigeria. We had just hired a couple of people. I'm actually the first hire in Nigeria, in West Africa. So, and then, of course, now we have a team. We've opened an office in Lagos. We announced data centers in Lagos. We call it the AWS local zones, so which actually meets data residency. There's so many things that we are upcoming. I don't want to talk too much because the DG of NITDAin is here. In case he asks me he holds me accountable for some of the things I say. But we're working very closely with him, the ministry, to be able to do more. AWS is super happy to support some of the initiatives that are coming from the ministry and then also from the NITDAin, the 3 million tech talent, the AI, national landscape, and so much more. So these are conversations that are going and ongoing. The idea is to be able to put Nigeria on the map. We can't just have, I'm Nigerian, I'm passionate about Nigeria. You can't have infrastructure around the world and don't have it here. So we're working very closely, and some of those things will be announced shortly. That's the diplomatic answer.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Because it's very important that we ask that question, and I like the fact that you are the first Nigerian or the first Africa, right, or West Africa, to be employed by AWS. Microsoft started something like that some years back. Today, the support service of Microsoft dwells in Africa today. And we have the biggest infrastructure site being in Lagos at the moment. And it's very, very important that when we talk about bringing in some of these foreign partners, we want them to be here. I'm speaking your mind, right? And that's what the DG will tell you. Okay, we want them to be here. We want the facility to be here. We want those servers to be here. And also we want partnership with our local indigenous companies too. I think that's very, very important.
Yes. Thank you.
I'll come back to you. Because of limited time, let's just take 2 questions, and maybe that 2 questions will be responded to by the people here. We'll take 2 questions from the audience. Number 1. Okay, 1, 2. Can we have microphone? Please tell us your name, your organization, and make your question short. Yeah, that's it. Please, straight to the point.
Thank you very much, Professor Abdulsalam Gital from ATB Bauchi. My question is on what are the just female among you that she was saying something regarding the basics of internet in the country, whereby remote people are not having access. With what the Federal Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy achieved together with NITDAin, I believe apart from this, other ministries that has to create the basis for this particular achievement to be visible worldwide. They are supposed to be incorporated in the basis. What are you doing in order to achieve this, so that this achievement, because if it has not reached the roots, definitely we will be enjoying, but others will be taking the reverse of what we are taking. Thank you very much.
Okay, so you just take note of that. Let's take the second question. Your name, your organization, and the
Good
question.
morning, everyone. My name is Sunday Aboma. I'm from Ideas Labs. Okay, my question is this. The primary cities in Nigeria are enjoying robust digital transformation, leaving some of the secondary and tertiary cities somehow neglected, and most of the underserved areas. So what has the government done, or what do they want to do to make sure that this digital transformation is being spread across the nation? Bear in mind that nowadays we have most exams being technology-based. So why can't we extend this to local areas, like secondary schools have ICT hubs there, to help these young ones to develop their technological skills? Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll start with the last question and we'll come to you. So I'd like the SSA on ICT, Kaduna State Government, to take that. Maybe I should put it in better perspective. How do we ensure that your initiatives is not dwell in Kaduna alone? How do you take it to the rural area? Are the local government championing this? Do you have desk officers in local government? Are you deploying these resources for accessibility?
Thank you very much. For us in Kaduna, what we've realized is the basis is the infrastructure.
Okay.
Some of these communities don't really have access to the basic infrastructure, whereby they don't have
Yes.
Okay. So what we've done in Kaduna is we've partnered with the private sector to build these base stations in these communities where there are no networks for them to have the digital access. That, I think, is the first step we've done. From there, I think then digital literacy for these communities. I think with these two components, we would take the e-government to the localities and see how they can all key in.
Excellent. So you can take the first.
I just want to clarify the question. So he was saying, as long as even though we work with the Ministry of ICT, or Digital Economy, and DG of Data, but what are we doing to encourage the other ministries? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's similar to the first one.
Yes. Okay. So as a technology company, these are our stakeholders, so we tend to be heavily in bed with them. But one of the things that I would say is the reason why we worked very closely with like a NITDAin or the ministry is because of policy. What I'm finding is when I'm working with government organizations in Nigeria, it's not a unified approach, and it's not one thinking. So, for instance, there are many agencies or departments under a ministry. I think that for you to have the kind of impact in pushing things, you need it as a unified, one single sort of stream. I speak to many agencies that are under a ministry, and I know that if they have a top-down approach, it will move quicker. So I think that that's what I would charge you. I'm not sure what ministry. I didn't think you mentioned the organization, but I'm happy to have a conversation afterwards about how we can have a unified central point for us to be able to move things forward within your agency or within your ministry, such that it filters down to all the agencies. It's actually the best way to work. Thank you.
Excellent. So on a final note, Shegun, and you can just make this in 30 seconds, and we'll go around up to Afolabi. BPRS is doing a whole lot, and one of the things that come out of this conversation is the need for collaboration between key actors, private sector, government. Okay, what's your organization doing also in the area of getting the private sector in your awareness creation and also in measuring the performance to determine how we're improving in delivering government service with technology?
Thank you very much. I think one of the things we've actually benefited in BPSR is working with donor agencies and working with private sectors. And not only that, we have realized that most of these initiatives are concentrated at the federal. So what we are doing is that we are taking steps to also see how we can create a Bureau of Public Service Reform in the state. And a number of states are keyed into that. Like in the Southwest, we have the DAN Commission. We have just created for that for Ogun State. We are the one that initiated the Kaduna State Bureau of Public Service Reforms. So that most of those reforms initiatives can drill down to the state, even to the local government.
Good.
So those are the things we are doing.
Thank you. Excellent. Yes, SSA. Yeah, your final word in terms of sustainability.
For me, I feel we need to concentrate more on the digital literacy part. As I said, get these skills imbibed into the young ones. The 3M TT is something we're hoping to partner with the ministry to see how these people these young ones can actually be carried along.
Okay, so Shegun talked about drilling it down. Now taking it to state level. You talk about skilling and upskilling. Yes, Nena. Sustainability now.
I think the first thing I just want to say is I'm excited about the kind of conversations that are being had. Since it's a great opportunity for us to discuss. I think that the future is is extremely bright. Some of the policies, some of the conversations that are being had are in the right direction, and I'm excited to see how this all plays out over the next couple of years. So I'm not going to give you any more than that. That's why I stop.
Yes, Dr. Justin.
Thank you so much. Again, as my own final word, I am so delighted to be brought up the stage as a speaker. Thank God that the NITDAin DG is here. I'm the Commissioner for Science and Technology from Cross River State. Particularly what brought me here to see how I seek your presence in Cross River State, because we have an enabling environment in sustaining all that we have done. We need your presence to be felt there. Cross River State already has optic fiber network across the metropolis of Cross River State. I want to extend it beyond the capital to the rural area. It is only when they come to partner with us, and also the people who are here from the private sectors, we are ready to partner with you. We have the enabling environment. Our intention is to make Cross River State a smart state. Already Calabar is like a smart state because the fiber is ready there. Just come tap and do whatever you want to do. So we are ready to partner with you. We have the workforce. Whatever you feel can do with us, Cross River State can give it to you. Thank you so much for having me.
Final word.
I will also say that it's more of collaboration with private sector people. And there are a lot of startups that we've started seeing, huge impacts, bringing in capital into the country and, building great stuff. And I think that what the government needs to do is to actually create a policy that brings inclusiveness with these startups so that they can do more and they can be more granular. Probably some of the work given to them should also be to go into the more grassroots places, even if the government will fund it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, my team of panelists. I think this is a very good conversation. We'll keep the conversation going outside here and until when we get to that destination and keep improving on it. On that note, I would like to hand over to...
Excellent. Thank you, Rex. And by the way, I love that marketing by Dr. Beshel. Okay. But ladies and gentlemen, why don't you applaud them? We had an exciting session. So they will step forward now for group photograph. And as that is going on, let me announce that there's a parallel session that will happen right now at the Executive Hall. It will be a presentation by the gentleman from Huawei. I think it's Rock Bai. If he's here, we will need to have him move to the Executive Hall for a parallel session. So many thanks to you, Rex, and your team. So we'll move to a presentation. This time it will be by a very interesting gentleman. He has toured the world and always comes to be with us at Digital Nigeria. He's an interesting person. He's going to share with you deep experiences across the world. Developing nations, developed nations, whatever. So I speak about... Where am I echoing? Ladies and gentlemen, please, I'd like to ask you to welcome Jimmy. Jimmy is an interesting guy. Where is he? Jimmy? Great. He will truly thrill you for his session. Thank you, Jimmy.
Good morning. Good morning. That's a nice echo. As you heard, my name is Jimmy, and my last name is actually pronounced Nguyen, or at least that's how we pronounce it in the United States, because in Vietnam, where I was born, before my family emigrated as refugees to the United States, it's really pronounced Nguyen, which is really hard. You want to try that? Nguyen. And so growing up in America, it was really difficult for friends to say that. So I started to become known as Jimmy Nguyen, as people say the name in the United States, or then it increasingly became Nguyen. And the word Nguyen stuck with university, then through my legal career as a tech lawyer for 21 years, and now my life in blockchain and emerging technologies. And though I work in business, I've realized that part of my key life mission is to devote some of my time to empower the potential of all people to win because of the opportunities I received by being raised in the United States. So today, as we conclude Digital Nigeria on day 3, I want to use my time to share lessons from my journey across developing countries. Lessons that are inspired by a framework of a book I loved a couple of decades ago, which is Eat, Pray, Love by Elizabeth Gilbert, turned into a major motion picture starring Julia Roberts. It tells the story of Elizabeth, an author who one day wakes up and realizes she does not want to be married anymore and goes through a divorce. She spends a year traveling the world, taking time off, and spending time in 3 countries. She goes to India, where she eats a lot. Then she goes to Italy, where she eats a lot. Then she goes to India, where she prays a lot. And then she ends up in Indonesia on the island of Bali, where she finds love. It's a journey of self-discovery, of finding out who you're supposed to be and how to achieve new wins in life when you've come through difficult circumstances. So over the past years, I worked in some of the biggest countries of the world, but I've devoted some of my time to these 3 particular countries, which are Vietnam, where I was born, Pakistan, where I do quite a bit of time with business, and also here in Nigeria. I need some help with our remote here when you get a second. And when I've been traveling through these various countries, I've acquired certain lessons about what we should be doing with innovation to inspire new wins in countries. And so my lessons for you today are not eat, pray, and love, but instead it is to actually learn, connect, and synthesize. Learn, connect, and synthesize. These points are really inspired by lessons I've met from people across Vietnam, and I think they will help people here in Nigeria understand where to go next in your innovation journey. Let's start with learn, which I picked up, of course, being born in Vietnam, where I'm from. So here's where I tell you a little bit about me and my family. I am the youngest son of 4 in Vietnam. I was born in 1972, the youngest of 4 children. My father grew out of a rural poor village and ultimately through education became a federal judge in Vietnam. But he had to leave all that behind in April of 1975 when my family had to flee the night before Saigon fell at the end of the Vietnam War. We were lucky to be taken out of Vietnam by the US government and resettled into Southern California where I grew up. And it was relatively great for me, great educational opportunities, a career platform, and resources to fulfill my potential. It was hard for him. So I've actually learned to be the person I think he always wanted the opportunity to be in Vietnam. And through education, I got a career as a technology lawyer for 21 years, joined the Bitcoin and blockchain industry about 7 years ago, and now lead global growth through all emerging technologies. So education has always been very important for Vietnamese people and many other cultures. And it is what is the key to what is leading Vietnam educational growth now. Because recently, in fact, it was last summer, I was actually invited by the Vietnamese government, the current government, to speak as a keynote speaker at their Future of Internet conference in Da Nang, Vietnam, hosted by the Vietnam National Internet Center, where I spoke about the intersection of blockchain and internet protocol with IPv6. It was a full circle moment, going back to the place my father was last stationed as a judge before leaving Vietnam to help educate that country. And while I was there, I began a journey to learn more about what's happening in Vietnam. And as I learned, education is really changing a lot of Vietnam's culture. Vietnam is very similar to Nigeria. Huge young population. It has lots of people under 35, English speaking, very tech entrepreneurial. And one of the things that's happening in Vietnam is that we are seeing a growth of education in technology. A report came out in 2015 that ranked Vietnam number 8 out of about 92 countries for science. And the program report noted what they called the Vietnam effect, the ability of a nation to advance in high quality education, even though it is economically less strong than countries like the US and UK. It outscored them on this science education ranking. That is a lesson I want to leave with all of you, because it leads to this. Now Vietnam has over 70,000 digital tech businesses, an IT and economy that is booming and predicted to be the leading digital IT economy of the future. And it is all because of this learn power, education in science, even though the country does not have as much money to put into education as power countries like the US and the UK. More importantly, it has led to a particular growth in a certain type of tech startup, EdTech. Educational technology has boomed in Vietnam, so that in last year alone, more than 100 EdTech startups were founded in 1 year, leading to a rapid infusion of foreign investment capital from venture capitalists. This is really exciting. It also means that Vietnam has one of the biggest e-learning markets with projected revenue of $3 billion this year. And it also means the government is getting involved with this plan to get through 2030 and making ready 80 to 90% of universities, vocational schools, and secondary schools to deliver digital learning. It is the move to digital learning that is helping this new generation catch up and perhaps leapfrog against others in the new economy in Southeast Asia. So it's not just learning, but digital learning that is leading the way in Vietnam. Here's a good example, Elsa. This is an exciting app that was created by a Vietnamese-American entrepreneur who felt self-conscious growing up in the United States because people did not like her Vietnamese accent when she spoke English. She returned to Vietnam after some tech startup success in Silicon Valley, launched an app that uses artificial intelligence and other technologies to help improve people's English speaking. You speak to the app, it reports back to you how to improve based upon your particular characteristics. And they just raised another $20 million US round for their venture capital growth. And this is something really helping the people not just create a startup, but help the current generation improve their career opportunities. But learning not just of people, of machines. Star Lake City is an exciting real estate development that's happening in Hanoi. My friend Sam Chi and his investment firm are working on it with Daewoo Construction Company from the big Korean conglomerate. And what they're creating is an entire new city center as part of Hanoi for a lot of foreign expats who want to live there. But what's interesting is they partnered with 3 companies to create an AI and machine learning powered management platform for this smart city and smart cities of the future, where data is collected by smart technology through drone control, construction management devices, air quality management devices, and in the future, autonomous vehicles. So they're using the power of Learn to build a new smart city that integrates AI and IoT devices to advance not just this smart city, but smart cities of the future. I encourage people here to think about how such technologies can help Nigeria learn not for just its people, but for the machine devices that are going to power the future. Second,
I spent a lot of time in Pakistan, and I have some of my Pakistani friends here with me, and here's where I learned the power to connect. We have to connect not just people for business, but partners in business to create ecosystems. So I'm proud now to recently have announced that I am chairman of a company called InvoiceMate, based out of Dubai, in the Dubai International Financial Center, but founded by a Pakistani founder who goes back and forth between the two countries. Mohammed Saman Anjum, who is one of my best friends in Dubai. He's a leading blockchain leader. What does InvoiceMate do? It started as a base platform to use blockchain to track the journey of invoices in real time. So we don't have to do that annoying thing calling someone up and saying, did you pay my invoice yet? Where is it? It's in accounts payable. We can all see using blockchain technology where it is in the chain. But the big growth has happened recently because he added what's called an invoice financing marketplace to help SMEs, small, medium enterprises, because they have this problem, which is that 92% of SMEs do not have access to credit. They need money to pay their employees, their rent, and they have invoices that they're sending to clients that are not yet paid, which has cash value, but they don't have the cash. Most banks, however, are very reluctant to give loans against those invoices because it takes a lot of effort to verify the invoices are not fake, that they are true. We'll enter blockchain technology and AI platform, which Invoice has created to create a bridge to connect these two universes. On the one hand, you have groups of SMEs that we're aligning through partners, such as independent pharmacies, truck drivers. On the other end, we've signed deals with now 8, almost 9 leading banks and financial institutions in Pakistan and the UAE, where because we are providing blockchain verification of the invoices and risk scoring these companies, the banks are comfortable lending money so that the SMEs get cash faster on their unpaid invoices and can operate. And this is because we've created a marketplace that connects these worlds of business partners. So as you think about what you can do in Nigeria, I encourage you to think about how the products and technology you're thinking to build can connect business partners, consumers to business, marketplaces. It's really exciting, and just last week at the big GITEX trade show in Dubai, the company signed 2 partnerships of note. One with a company called Trade Foresight, which is a data platform for trading of commodities and other trading goods across the US, to use our platform to create an embedded supply chain financing solution for all of those thousands of companies involved in this trading marketplace. And for those of you who have interest in one day making an Umrah or a Hajj travel to Mecca in Saudi Arabia, I've got some exciting news for you. Our friends at a company called Funadik in Pakistan, which is a licensed travel agency by the Hajj Commission in Saudi Arabia to coordinate travel of Muslims into Mecca, has partnered with us at InvoiceMate with its other company called Umrah Companions to provide supply chain embedded financing for all of the vendors that it works with to coordinate and process the travel of people wanting to make this journey, providing them access to cash faster, and hopefully improving the journey of anyone in this room or any other country who wants to make the pilgrimage. And that's an exciting demonstration of how connecting different business parties and marketplaces really can create new wins in the world. Finally, I have to talk about what I've learned from my work with people in Nigeria and here. And it is to synthesize. Synthesize is a word that basically means take many elements and combine them. We have lots of technology, we have lots of business partners, we have lots of ideas, but it's the ability to combine it comprehensively that is the most powerful. And here in Nigeria, I've seen you do this with the Nigeria Startup Act, having lots of components to help startups. I've seen you do this with the National Blockchain Policy for Nigeria that is announced this year, which has many, many pillars combined together. Well, Catherine Lefoto, my friend from South Africa, was able to announce this week that her company, VX Technologies, which uses blockchain to verify credentials or health records, such as COVID vaccination tracking, has partnered with Sterling Bank here in Nigeria to help provide credential tracking of academic degrees at the School of Politics, Policy, and Governance right here in Nigeria by combining, synthesizing many partners and product components together. In addition, I have to give a brief summary about my other friend from South Africa, Ayanda Luthuli's company, Paycode. He's the chief product officer, and it delivers a solution using smart cards to a serious problem. We all want a more digital payments world, but how do you get digital payments to people in rural areas where there's no internet connection, or if they don't have a smartphone? Well, his company, based in the UK as well, has this solution. They're solving for the fact that 1 billion people across the world do not have records of their identity. What they do is use tablet computers, send people out, including students, to a village to collect biometric information about someone's identity so that they can be verified when they receive payments. They capture that identity, they issue a smart card within minutes. The types of identity data they can collect can be customized. Face recognition image, thumbprint, name, anything you name it. And then based upon that, they provide low-cost banking alternatives because so many people, 1.7 billion people, are unbanked. And in part, that's because of the high cost of banking transaction fees. So what they do is provide a version of a low-cost bank account associated with that smart card to allow people in even the smallest parts of Nigeria or another country to access digital payments. And finally, they the fact that many people do not have reliable internet connectivity. In fact, across do not have internet connectivity. And how do they do that? Well, the smart card transactions are actually associated with the card and not an online bank account, and can be settled periodically with the merchant account even if it's not online at all times. Ayanda's here, and I'm sure he would love to talk to you because he has deployed with his company this type of product in many different places. For example, I'll show you an example in a couple of seconds. And what this does is synthesize many things. It needs to work with the CBDC, and they would love to work with the eNaira here at the Central Distribution. It needs the ability to be able to connect to digital tokens and wallets. So you're synthesizing not just many people, but actually many components of technology. And here you see that they have actually deployed pilot projects in Ghana, in Namibia, and in Botswana. They'd love to do one here in Nigeria and many other countries in West Africa. So finally, I announced today my new business brand. I use this event to do so. So this is the world premiere of my new brand, NITDAin Global. I work across the world, and I get asked all the time to help people across different industry sectors and regions. So rather than just focusing only on blockchain, I'm trying to bring new wins to the world. So I'm working on a variety of projects. As you've seen, I have become chairman of InvoiceMate, as well as chairman of a stablecoin business called Change Digital Commerce, issuing stable coins on the BSV blockchain in order to make them actually useful in daily commerce. But I've also built a global network of companies, partners, allies across the world to help deliver solutions, because it takes more than just me or one company. I've got already signed up about 20 different companies across the world that deliver different blockchain and technology solutions, and regional partners such as my friends here from Dominion, Jeffrey Welewasu and Mohammed Ibrahim Jega. And in Pakistan, who you'll hear from in a bit, Arzish Azam, my friend from China, Liz Lee, who you heard from on day one from Kiyi Technologies and the BSV blockchain. We are gathering this because it takes a lot of people to deliver these new wins in the world. And I brought many more of them to this event. There's about 12 of us total here from South Africa, from Spain, from China, and a host of other countries, including Pakistan. I hope you get to meet them, because they are the key, with more that I want to gather, including here, to deliver new wins. And they understand how in developing countries, it is important to implement these ideas of empowering your ability to learn, your ability to connect, and your ability to synthesize. These are the lessons that I've learned from my journey across all these developing countries in the past few years. Vietnam, where I was born, Pakistan, where I go to frequently, and of course here in Nigeria. So about 20 years ago, I actually went back to Vietnam for the very first time, since my family left in April 1975. I went as a tourist. I visited Saigon, now known as Ho Chi Minh City. And while I was there, I decided to actually find my parents' home from decades ago. I got the address, And our tour guide drove us around. We found it. The street name had changed, the numbers had changed. And it was down a gray alley-like street. And I was a little nervous getting in front of the door in this little alley. And this old man comes out from right next door. And he took one look at me in this alley, and he said, "What are you doing here?" in Vietnamese. And my interpreter replied back to him and said, his family lived here before the war ended. And then he took one look at me, and he just said, "You were the baby." And I took a moment, and I thought, yes, I was that baby, born in that house, and who lived there for a short time, but was fortunate enough to be taken to the United States, where I had a completely different life, where it was very difficult for my parents as immigrant refugees, but where I was blessed with opportunities in education, in career platform, and resources to begin to fulfill and to continue to fulfill my potential. It is why part of my mission now is to use that platform to help others fulfill their potential. I know it's a big vision, but it's a vision for a world of when. A world where innovation plus inspiration, technology, and heart can empower potential, can enable every person to join the global footprint. It's a world of when, where we can all engage and trade more directly, peer to peer, linked, connected, even advanced with artificial intelligence. It's a world of when, with new ways to communicate, to compute, to engage across a global network. It's a world of when, with new power unleashed by blockchain and its distributed ledger of events organized into blocks connected across time. It's a world of when, where you own, control, monetize data, the most valuable commodity of our digital era. It's a world of when, where digital transformation improves every industry, every sector, every government. It's a world of when, where the inventions created here in Nigeria can advance the very sustainability of our entire planet. It's a world of when, where we can power homes, communities, cities that are smarter, more autonomous, stronger. It's a world of when, where our lives are not just physical, but expand to the metaverse and whatever we can dream beyond of every human, every society, every nation. From Vietnam, where I know the power to learn. Pakistan, where I experience the power to connect. Or power to take many and synthesize of when.
Okay. A poet or a technology lawyer, but I know he is truly an orator. Thank you very much. To have the Microsoft country director represented by the other speakers, panelists, are Basil Udotai. Basil? I've not seen him this morning. Is Basil in the hall? And Dr. Agu from NITDAin. Would somebody please step out and fetch Dr. Agu for us? I know he's at the exhibition stand. Oh, Dr. Agu is coming. Applaud him while he makes his way to the stage. We'll be discussing the driving force for digitization of the public sector. And we also have the technical assistant to the CEO, Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, Morayo Adebayo. Mariah, are you here? The Chief Information Officer for Galaxy Backbone, Bafajo Beta, we would have to bring you on stage at this time. Where are you? Galaxy? Is he represented? Okay, please come forward, the representative. Then the Commissioner, Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy in Sokoto, Honorable Bashar Omar. Excellent. So if the other gentlemen come in, they would take their seats on stage. So let's have Dr. Gambo, Pilot Affairs, at this time. I would have you lead the session. So I leave you now in the hands of Dr. Gambo. It will be an exciting session.
No, it's on. Yeah. Thank you very much, Kim. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you once again. It's really in order for us really to achieve, that aspect, there's need. I mean, the need for digitization of public sector or government services is going to be overemphasized. And implementations that we have, and also the sessions that we've had earlier on. I would like to, in addition to the introduction by Kim, I would like each and every one of us to briefly introduce themselves and the roles they play in their organizations, please. So I'll start with you now, and then we'll go that way. Thank you. It's on. It's on.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Nongye Ujam, and I lead government affairs at Microsoft. Basically, my role is around collaborating with governments to drive digital transformation and to support their tech strategy as they, work towards digitizing public sector or reforming the tech sector. I've worked extensively, or Microsoft in general has worked extensively with the government on policy reform and also around digitization. And thank you for having me today on the panel.
Thank you.
Thank you. Greetings, everybody. I'm Dr. Agu Colin Sago. I'm the Director of Research and Development Department of NITDAin. Basically, my job is very, very simple. It's the application of IT, to solve problems, especially the indigenous one, because we all understand that the major driver of innovation is R&D. And it's either you innovate or you die. So my department drives local content and also indigenous technology. Secondly, again, I'm a founder of an NGO called TD4Pi IoT Hub. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Dauda Oyeleye. I am the group head for mandate integration and corporate strategy in Galaxy Backbone. My job is essentially to ensure that Galaxy Backbone corporate strategy continue to align with the need of the time and continue to evolve in alignment with the mandate and government policy. Thank you very much.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Honorable Bashar Umar Kwabo, Commissioner for Innovation and Digital Economy, Sokoto. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the short introduction in terms and also the roles that you people play in your various positions. As we indicated, and as also as in the topic for discussion, the importance of digitization in public sector. cannot be overemphasized. Now, but there are roles that each and everyone is expected to play. Now, Microsoft is a key partner in public sector and has, over the years, facilitated the digitization of public service across the world. Now, can you just take us through briefly what Microsoft is doing, particularly for government in the public sector of Nigeria, towards ensuring that public services are effectively digitized? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. So I'd just like to kick off by speaking about something we love to call at Microsoft the building blocks for a successful digital transformation strategy. When we talk about digital transformation, one of the things that we like to do is to approach it very strategically. And we have identified 8 building blocks that can help us, achieve that as we work with governments to realize their journey. The first is a national cloud strategy and cloud-first policy, which we believe is the first building block because it speaks to policy reform and how governments should be thinking about leveraging cloud services or cloud technology. In 2019, Microsoft worked with the government to establish a national cloud policy, which is the cloud-first policy, which in itself is commendable because that's building block 1. So from a pass rate perspective, we would say that Nigeria has scaled that first level. Of course, there's still more to be done, but that first stage of having a first cloud policy, so what the cloud policy does is it helps the public sector determine how to go to the cloud. It identifies that on your digital transformation journey, you should identify the cloud as being your first port of call as you look to scale. The next is the data classification strategy. We are still working on this, and this in itself helps the government to delineate their data in such a way that they identify what is critical, what data assets are critical, what assets can be moved to the cloud, what they would like to keep for themselves in terms of how they process their data. So this then helps you determine how to move quickly. So it helps with the agility in terms of moving to the cloud because it helps you do that delineation. The next is adopting an identity management solution. So we all know what the work that NIMC is doing, and this is basically helping people have a digital identity, which helps with ensuring that they have access to public services. So this already, as I said with the first building block, the government is already doing. So that in itself is very commendable. Then there needs to be a centralized procurement system. I guess the government is working on this still, but this is one of the things that we advocate for because it helps with use of resources, efficiency, and effectiveness. Then there's also government framework agreements, which helps to accelerate digitization. Because as the leader in the tech sector, right, and maybe speaking specifically to with the work that NITDAin does, because they are the developmental agency of the tech sector, what government framework agreements does is it helps other public sector agencies to quickly accelerate their digital transformation agenda, because it puts NITDAin in a strategic position to be able to support the work that they are doing, whether those processes are manual, but NITDAin can then help them digitize those processes. So using a government framework agreement helps with the consolidation of all the services. First of all, to strategically align with the tech strategy of the country, but also to ensure that there are no replication of duties and there's no unnecessary use of data. Then we also advocate for flexible finance rules, and this perhaps we can link back to the procurement strategy that I spoke about. Then of course a collaborative approach. Dr. Dr. Abdullahi alluded to the fact that Microsoft is doing a lot of work with the government, and this is the kind of collaboration that we like to see across government to private sector, and then the academia and civil society, because we believe that every entity has its own contribution to this accelerating digital transformation, and that collaboration is key. And then finally, a digital culture and technology skilling agenda, where you're upskilling the workforce so that whilst you are implementing technology solutions, you're also preparing them to be able to use those solutions and also to be effective in the use of those solutions so that we can improve efficiency. So this is basically how we think about digital transformation from a Microsoft perspective.
Thank you very much. Dr. Aku, NITDA, Nonye talked about NITDA and the activities that NITDA is doing. So from research point of view, because research is key as you indicated, what is NITDA doing towards ensuring that public sector organizations are really understand first they have policies, relevant strategies to drive digitization? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abdullahi. First of all, most of us understand that the information technology is a very pervasive one. It's a key enabler and also a core industry. So the activities of NITDA is quite huge. So I will try to compress some of the activities that NITDA is actually carrying out. Now, when you talk about digital transformation, first of all, there are three core drivers or trajectories, or how we call the PPT: people, process, and technology. Now, if I can reference the draft strategic policy of the current Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosun, one of the trusts, it has like 5 trust areas. We have the knowledge, we have policy, infrastructure, IEC, that's innovation, entrepreneurship, and capital, and finally trade. So in NITDA, we try to train people to be digitally literate. Because when I talk about digitization, it also funds the ability to know how to use certain ICT tools. For example, in NITDA, we are one of the greenest agencies in the whole of the public service. We are basically paperless. All our emails are sent through through email. And this is where the CEOs or the accounting officers come to play a very strategic role. Our current DG, Dr. Kashifu Abdullahi, actually mandated that all emails, all memos should be pushed through the email. So that is one of the strategic, how do I put it, drivers. Then secondly, infrastructure comes in, because all these fantastic names, digitalization, digital transformation, they have to ride on an infrastructure. But then how do we maintain a kind of a unison or a standard for the infrastructure? And that is why NITDA came up with what they call interoperability framework. So this is a framework that makes sure that the systems are able to talk amongst themselves. That's my colleague here from Microsoft mentioned about NIMC. Example, NIM, immigration should be able to pull out NIM, your data from NIM server, and so on and so forth. So that's why that very framework actually comes in. Then secondly, capacity development, as I mentioned, is very important. In NITDA, we carried out training of ICT directors in emerging areas, such as RFID, radio frequency identification, because one of the biggest challenges in the civil service is what they call archiving. How do we retrieve files within a very short moment? Then how do we digitize these files? Then how do we track and trace them? So that is where the radio frequency identification technology comes in, which falls under what we call the AIDC, Auto ID and data capture technology, where we try to create that awareness that so technology can actually be used by your agency in tracking 1 million files within a few seconds. Then again, we try to build capacity also. Talking about R&D, we currently focus on one of the emerging areas, one of the pillars of the 4th Industrial Revolution called Internet of Things. NITDA right now, we have a project ongoing where we can actually remotely monitor the utilization of our energy resources. So it's part of digitization. So I don't have to call somebody from the Lagos office to tell me the volume of our diesel tank. So through the IoT, which is being championed by R&D department in collaboration with some of our stakeholders, we are building up an IoT-based solution that can create remote visibility of our operations or utilization of some of the strategic energy resources, within Nigeria from the perspective of our zonal offices that in Lagos, Abuja here, and so on and so forth.
Thank you. Yeah, no, thank you.
Are you okay with this
yes,
one?
Yes, thank you.
Okay,
so
thank
much.
you very much.
Yeah. Thank you once again. Galaxy. Galaxy is very critical to digitization in the public sector. Can you tell us what measures has Galaxy taken so far towards really sensitizing the public sector in Nigeria towards, the implementation of the e-government master plan, most especially, and the things that are in place for Galaxy to facilitate that? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Galaxy Backbone has been in ICT, has been operating in ICT ecosystem for about 17 years now. And I will focus my response on what we have actually been doing directly with the civil service because of the topic of this discussion, rather than elaborately talking about what GBB is doing in the sector. Most of the opportunities that we are leveraging today to talk about digital transformation in the public service, Galaxy work with civil servants to actually lay the foundation. So I will quickly talk about what we have been doing and what we want to be doing going forward. In the past, we started when the need of the public service or an institution, the bandwidth that is required is just about 64 KB up and maybe 128 kilobits per second down, download speed. And then that is when a lot of people do not even know what to do on the internet. But while we are at that, a lot of changes in the ICT world make the requirement of the organization to increase, and then we need to also catch up in how we provide internet and connectivity for the public servants. Today, we all know what is now happening, that no matter how much bandwidth people have, it's no more enough. So Galaxy Backbone play a key role in actually driving that change that enable most of the activities of the civil servant to move to the digital world. So we have played a lot of role in providing land connectivity and also in providing connectivity to the internet. We have also played key roles in capacity building because we quickly realized the gaps in the knowledge and the skills of the public servant to support the emerging needs of the digital world. And Galaxy established a training platform to be able to do that. Recently, we established a particular department that is based on digital skills service provision. And we use that avenue to train a lot of civil servants. But presently, we are playing a reimagined role in the public service in terms of digital transformation. Because when Galaxy was created as a common platform for transversal application and so many other things, what is happening in the ecosystem is not the same as what we are having now. So Galaxy being an enabler of digital transformation and digital inclusion has reimagined its role in how to collaborate with players in the industry to drive the digital transformation. In the last panel discussion, one of the points that was mentioned was about the fact that in Nigeria, we are still having conversations that many people outside the world have moved ahead. And one of the reasons for that is that the area of digitization, if you look at digital transformation for 3 stages of digitization, digitalization, and digital transformation. A lot of people playing role in the ecosystem today are focusing on the transformation, digitalization and digital transformation. But it seems there is a need to spend some time and some energy in the digitization, because you can actually transform what has been coded as a digital information. So a step before digitization is even the documentation of the processes and procedure in the civil servant. And as civil servants are the driving force behind that, Galaxy has been working in ensuring that we actually have some of these procedures documented in a way that can easily be digitized, and then we move towards the remaining spectrum of digital transformation. So one area we are focusing on is a platform or a framework that we are building that will enable us to actually provide a platform that we work with implementers in the private sectors in the ecosystem, where some people will be able to bring applications that they have developed and key into the framework that we are developing. And we also partner with people that we implement. For example, currently we are working with Office of the Head of Service to ensure that there is a framework that will enable us to work with civil servants, to document their procedure, to work with private sector that will help us in the implementation of applications that are ready, and also to work with NITDAin, for example, in their effort to get the talent out of events such as this, that those talent that come up with solutions that can be leveraged on the platform to also provide solutions for the digital transformation in the civil servant, public services. So these are the areas, some of the areas we are working on, and the key to that is our being ready to work as an enabler by partnering with so many people in the private sector to ensure digital transformation in our public service. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Honorable Commissioner, digitization of public sector is not just at the federal level, but also, state and local level. Can you briefly tell us, what your ministry in particular and Sokoto State government is doing towards ensuring the digitization of public services in Sokoto State? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Abdullahi. Before I go on to answer this question, I would like to use this opportunity to particularly thank NITDAin and Federal Ministry of Innovation and Digital Economy for convening this world-class event. It's truly a remarkable achievement, creating a forum that will enable the IT enthusiasts to come and interact from cross-race. It is truly remarkable. Based on the question you've asked, Doctor, recently in Sokoto State, we've just launched a development plan that is called Sokoto State Innovation and Digital Economy Development Plan, which intended to focus on 6 key areas. We've come up with this pillar model to look at how we can address the challenges of digitization. These pillars, they are going to focus on promoting e-governance, building digital skills, building digital infrastructure, job creation, attracting investment, and also generating revenue and management. So considering the fact that civil servants, if we look at the topic, civil servants are the driving force behind digitization of public sector. Civil servants, they truly play a significant and crucial role in digitization of the public sector because they have the responsibility of implementing and managing the government policies. They also have the expertise and knowledge to understand the unique needs of citizens. There are also some importance that comes with the digitization, such as if we digitize the public sector, it will enhance government services. It will also improve efficiency in the government services delivery. It will make information more accessible and even readily available to the citizens. It also streamlines the administrative tasks and reduces the level of paperwork involved. So it also cuts down spending in day-to-day government activities. There are also some challenges attached to the digitization of public sector, if we look at them, such as the rising concerns of the cybersecurity challenges and also digital divide and data privacy and lack of infrastructure, lack of digital skills, and also lack of funding and lack of funding and digital skills. So as a government, we have thought for a way that we can easily address these challenges through digital inclusion. So we intend to train the entire Sokoto civil servants in 3 batches, which is going to operate on a medium-term framework. In first year, we intend to train the civil servants. We intend to train 20% of the Sokoto civil servants, and in the subsequent year, we intend to train 30%, and also we'll go on by the 3rd year to train 50% of the civil servants in Sokoto State. So this cumulatively is what we are doing to address the yearn for the digitization of the public sector.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It's very interesting to hear that, that plan that you have towards particularly training the civil servants. I think maybe we can do a follow-on on that. Now, you're coming back to you. A lot has been said about capacity building. I think almost every panelist has talked about capacity building. What sort of capacity building initiatives, particularly centered at public sector or civil servants, public sector organizations, does Microsoft has, that it's available, for the Nigerian public sector civil servants in particular? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Before I respond to your question, I'd just like to speak to the ministry's 3 million technical talent initiative. And I have to say again, that is very commendable, because what the government is doing with that is building a pool of talent which can be upskilled and which then becomes available, to the entire country. Of course, we know what's going on right now with people leaving in droves, and it's very important for us to, whilst we're thinking about digital transformation, make sure that we have a talent of people that can, help on this journey. So that's very important to note. And in terms of what Microsoft is doing, so a couple of years ago, we went into a collaboration with the federal government to upskill 5 million Nigerians, making some of our trainings available to Nigerian citizens. And that, I must say, has taken a very good turn in terms of how people are responding to the trainings. What we look at in terms of training is not just making sure that people have access, but making sure that they also participate in the training. And we're doing that in collaboration with some implementation organizations. Some of our priorities in terms of how we look at training is what are the skills that are relevant today, what are the skills that are important for people to participate in the global economy. And on that basis, we have 3 pillars. First is artificial intelligence. Of course, we know that that is very critical. Second is cybersecurity. That in itself, with the advancement and evolution of technology, is very important as well. And then sustainability. And just kind of backtracking a bit, because I spoke about policy earlier, I think that whilst we're doing some of these initiatives, it's also important for us to work with the government in the way that they shape policy. Because when we're looking at building talent, we need to know what can then be available for our people to be able to participate, right? And the reason I mentioned policy specifically is around this new era of AI. You know, for us to really participate and enjoy the benefits of AI, we need to get our policy environment right. And getting policy environment right is back to my point around cloud technology and cloud services. How is the government, helping shape that policy environment? First of all, to make sure that people choose cloud as the first port of call. And that is important because for us to be able to enjoy the benefits of AI, we need the cloud, right? But we need to do it in a responsible way so that people are informed, and there's a strategy that the government as well can monitor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, I mean, in your first presentation, you outlined that most of these things, particularly policies, the cloud computing or cloud-first policy, that is in place. All those things are in place. I think, the implementation of it and the enforcement of that is really something that I would want my colleague, Dr. Collins Agu, to just, elaborate more on that, as public servants or civil servants in particular in terms of capacity building. Yes, you mentioned the interoperability framework, the cloud computing policy. What sort of things has NITDA put in place to ensure that the public sector organizations or civil servants in particular are adequately sensitized towards the implementation of those policies and regulatory instruments as well as the frameworks that are in place?
Okay, thank you very much. Basically, we have in NITDA quite some activities which we carry out periodically to carry out sensitization, especially of the civil servants. Because when we talk about digital transformation, just as my colleague has mentioned, a lot is involved, including the capacity development. Cyber security has been mentioned by the gentleman from the commissioner from Sokoto State, and so on and so forth. First of all, we carry out what they call awareness creation, which is very, very key. In a smart and connected world today, there's that threat of, cyber security, which is very, very important. So we've carried out a lot of activities, not only within the civil, not only within the public sector, we've actually carried out in various zones of Nigeria, programs in cyber security where we create awareness. Some of you must have noticed that whenever there's a threat of maybe ransomware, NITDA is always the first to make a public announcement and then to push that information to the public, which is actually very, very clear, very, very important. Especially building that culture of security, telling you what file to open and what not to open. Then another area which I have to point out as very importantly is the area of training, because all these are interwoven. In the area of fourth industrial revolution, where there's a lot of disruption, there's need for reskilling and upskilling, or what we call learning and relearning. So that is where NITDA is playing a very, very big skill, because automation will lead to job losses, no doubt. According to Davos, World Economic Forum, for every job lost, 3 more will be created. So there's no threat. However, there's a big question. Will you have the necessary skills to fit into the new roles that are available today? Today we'll talk about artificial intelligence of things. We'll talk about blockchain. 20 years ago, there were no discussions in this area. So NITDAin have actually seen that and taken into action how to make our workforce to be future-proof and to make our workforce smart. And that is why, in collaboration with Coursera, we're carrying out a lot of capacity development programs in areas like programming, AI, and also in collaboration with the ministry. We're also handling the 3MTT, also training in that very area. Then besides that, we also carry out a sensitization program, like we just completed a program called Women in ICT, where we carry out sensitization for the women, because we believe strongly that there's a ripple effect when a woman is trained or when a woman is, embedded with certain skills, because the children are under her, so she can easily pass down knowledge to also the children. And most importantly now, in the area of digitization, which is very key, my colleague mentioned those 3 areas of digital transformation: digitization, digitalization, and their transformation. So the big question is, how do we digitize? That is basically moving from analog to digital. So we carry out a lot of also training programs in some of these emerging areas like IoT. Some of them are more like a voluntary, where we teach some of our young people how they can actually, digitalize certain processes by infusing indigenous technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Before I go on to my next colleague, I think I just want to add on what my colleague has said, Dr. Agu. I think one key thing, one critical thing that NITDAin does is identifying what is termed as digital transformation technical working groups. So NITDAin, has engaged public sector organizations and identified champions in so far about 120 public institutions, and set up what it called Digital Transformation Technical Group, Working Group, because you need to have champions. So these are trained, so because capacity building is key, they are trained so that at least they can be the champions within their various organizations. So that is something that is very, very important, and NITDAin wants to take that across all public sector organizations, because as the topic says, the civil servants are the driving force of digitization. So they need to be adequately handheld, the capacity needs to be developed so that at least they can do that effectively. Thank you. What I want to add? Going on to Galaxy, I think we are just coming towards the end of the session. Dealing with public sector organizations, in most cases, people, particularly from the private sector, talk about bureaucracy, the challenges of bureaucracy, trying to get things because you need to, to move faster, but sometimes there are bureaucracy. So what are your thoughts on how some of these challenges can be addressed, particularly from Galaxy's point of view? Because Galaxy is putting two kind of hats, private sector, public sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Abdullah. Galaxy is reimagining the way it performs its function. Just as I said before, that the conversation in the last 10 years and today's conversation are different. In order to beat the bureaucracy, most of the things can be addressed from the strategic point of view. Instead of handling things in a transactional way or at operational level, some things can be done earlier in a strategic way in collaboration with the people in the ecosystem. And also that is why Galaxy is trying to collaborate heavily with the hub of the civil service in Nigeria, which is the Office of the Head of Services. Head of Services has a strategic plan in place from 2021 to 2025, and they have an objective or a goal to achieve certain milestones in the digital transformation journey by 2025. So we are keen into that,
and we are leveraging their own initiatives and merging it with what Galaxy is doing to ensure that at the end of the day, we can create a framework, just as I earlier mentioned, that many of the private sector players who want to contribute into the digitalization of the public service can leverage on that framework that will enable them to beat the delays in the bureaucracy in achieving their objective in the digital transformation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, I know time is up, but according to my watch, I think we still have 2 or so minutes. Let me try and conclude by inviting the Commissioner, Honorable Commissioner. Now, what you have initiated in Sokoto State, I think is something that is commendable, as we said earlier on. How are your thoughts, or what do you think? Because the most important thing is, yes, the challenge we have in Nigeria is that we do things in isolation. We do things in silo. Ideally, you know, the federal government through NITDAin must especially create the policies that are cascaded down to the states. And then states take and then domesticate that. Now, what you are doing in Sokoto, are you discussing or collaborating with other states within the zone in particular so that you can share that information for us to have a holistic digitization across the whole country? What sort of initiatives are there in terms of partnership with other states in the zone, especially, or even outside the zone in the whole country? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Abdullahi, for that wonderful question. Basically, what we're doing in Sokoto State with regards to initiatives that are coming from either NITDAin or any federal agency or ministries, we are trying to ensure, first of all, whatever initiative we have, we come up with a way, with a solution of sustaining that particular initiative through either private and public partnerships, so that the sister states around us can emulate from what we are doing. Just recently, under the leadership of our able governor, His Excellency Dr. Ahmed Aliyu Sokoto, PhD, FCNA, we've just partnered with development partners to develop and deploy technologies to improve and enhance government services delivery. So in no long time, we are going to start the project of fiber optics for us to enhance the connectivity within the government institutions and healthcare providing institutions and institutions of learning.
Okay.
I think because of the time.
Yes, I
think,
thank you. Thank you so much. Time will not allow us to really dwell much on this. I thought we had 50 minutes initially, but it was turned down to 40, and still really we haven't been able to do much on it, but there's a lot to do. And I think today will give us an opportunity, the subsequent session will give us opportunity to discuss this more especially. Civil servants, as was indicated in the topic, are the driving force, and all hands must be on deck. That's why we have the private sector. Microsoft is here, NITDAin is here, Galaxy Backbone, as also not only the national but at subnational level. In order for us to achieve digitization, we need to be able to work together and collaborate so that at least we can be the country, we can be the Nigeria of our dream. We can try and build a Nigeria of our dream. And with these few words, I want to sincerely appreciate the panelists for creating time to be with us this morning. We value your contribution. You've done wonderfully well, and we appreciate that. Thank you very much to all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, you may step forward for your group photograph. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. May I ask Dr. Agu Collins to please stay behind for the next session. Thank you very much for such an insightful session. We're moving on to the main fireside chat for this session. Is the session number 23. Very interesting topic to be discussed at this session, and that will be the role of satellite technologies in accelerating our collective prosperity. Moderating, of course, this session will be Dr. Agu Collins Agu, and we have a very distinguished speaker at this session, and that will be Jane Egerton Edian, the MD CEO of NITDAin SAT. Let's put our hands together for her as she makes her way to the stage. Yes, please. A round of applause for her, please. Over to you, Doctor.
Yeah, I can stay here.
Yeah. So once more, you're welcome. Congratulations on your appointment. Today we talk about digital economy. Some people, sorry? Yeah, I just want to make an, okay, I can see that maybe.
You can sit here.
Okay, close.
It's better, so it's a conversation.
Okay, fine. Yeah, today we'll talk about digital economy. And the bedrock of digital economy is the internet. Sometimes we call digital economy the internet economy. And connectivity plays a vital role when it comes to, internet as a whole. So our fireside discussion here will be quite interesting. Why? Because I actually worked in the past for NITDAin SAT till 2015 when I moved over to NIDA. Madam, may please you to know that. So you're welcome once more.
Thank
you. Yes,
you.
I went through your resume when I got the news of the appointment because NITDAin SAT is where I started. Working for the government is always in my mind, and I was quite impressed on your resume, having played leading roles in MTN. Most importantly, what's the new company on Facebook?
Meta.
The Meta, sorry about that. I had a little sleep. Then also the Avanti.
Yeah.
Okay, I would have loved to read out your resume, but maybe because of time, but I will still find time to do that when the time comes. I must commend this current administration for what they call the digital and youth inclusivity in all the appointment. I think it makes a lot of sense, where we give the young people with fresh ideas to infuse those ideas to see how we can better Nigeria as a whole. So you're welcome once more. Now, most people may not be aware, but I'll use this opportunity to make that introduction. We have a total of 5 satellites launched in orbit, 5 Nigerian satellites launched. The Nigerian SAT-1, Nigerian SAT-X, Nigerian SAT-2, NITDAin SAT-1, and NITDAin SAT-1R. So please, I would like you to give us a brief description of features of the NITDAin SAT-1R. What are the services you can provide so that we can know how to key in to drive all these innovation discussions we're having. Over to you, Ma. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for that introduction. And it's good to know that you're from NITDAin SAT. I will first start by saying to everyone present here, we are open for business. I don't know how many people know what NITDAin SAT does, because I find that sometimes technology is scary for most people. But in put it in simple terms, we are the pipe for your internet. We create the basic broadband services you need. And in the ways we implement it, I think the very easy use case is broadband. Like for those of you that browse the internet, you know, today you do it with your mobile phones, but if you have to do it in a rural area, in places where it's difficult for terrestrial, like fiber, then it will be broadband from a satellite company. So that's one of the things we do. We also do broadcasting. For those of you that don't know, most people don't know, we do broadcasting. So for like NTA, we are the providers for the broadcasting service. We do transponder lease service. So we have sometimes enterprises buy like large bandwidth. You know, they buy a whole beam. I am trying my best not to make it too technical. So they buy a whole beam or capacity. So you see that in cases where an ISP needs to buy a block of bandwidth, then they can break it into chunks and we sell it to consumers or enterprises. And something else we do is what we call the mobile, the backhauling. So for operators and large businesses that have like sites scattered, they could consolidate their traffic and we could carry that traffic wherever they want. So in a very simple way, I say if there's a sky, we can deliver. That's how I put it.
Yeah, thank you very much. And it also please all of you to know that the footprint of NatComSat is all over Nigeria, Asia, and Europe. So if you have overseas operation, it is actually a very, very strategic product that can be utilized. Now, let me address the elephant in the room. Well, during the last administration, I may have to be brutally frank to some extent. I felt that, you know, issue of licensing, there are areas that maybe would have, that's my opinion, I was having mixed feeling. Areas maybe would have thought a bit before doing certain things because Turkey shouldn't be praying for Christmas or for Thanksgiving. So the big elephant in the room is the issue of Starlink now. Starlink is a LEO satellite, as it's low orbit satellite, basically. They also provide communication, they provide connectivity. And here they're in Nigeria, you know, having their CPE, customer premise equipment, for me, a reasonable price, almost getting to maybe what you're selling as well. And then the patronage is rising by the day. So how do you see that? I mean, what are you looking, I mean, what are your plans to mitigate the competitive effect this will yield? What plans, I mean, what are the actions you plan to take with respect to that? Positive ones. Thank you.
I'm going to answer your question by sharing a story. So I've been in the telco industry for about 2 decades. And in the telco industry, one of the things we found out is that when you go and you push technology, consumers or clients don't necessarily relate to it. People don't buy your service because you said I'm selling 2G, 3G, 4G. People buy your service because you're giving them what they want. They can stream, they can send emails, they have good quality, the link doesn't drop. You know, that's what a consumer wants. So if I take it back to your question, I don't think it's a question of LEO or GEO, because we have a GEO satellite, and you know, the operator you're talking about has a LEO satellite. We're not selling technology, that's not our focus. We are selling to our consumers a service. And what's more important to us is that there's a quality of service that meets their needs. And that can be achieved through different ways. You know, we know the advantages of LEO and we know the advantages of GEO. It's for users and consumers to decide what works best. Because if you do a comparison, everybody's got their strengths and weaknesses. Why they would have a high, they would have a better latency because they are low orbit satellites. In terms of cost per bit, the GEO satellites are better. So I would rather prefer that people choose the network, which is what consumers will do, because of the services it gives to them. That said, I would say we are still open for business, and our goal is that we become the preferred partners for people that want to use satellite services in Nigeria.
Yeah, thank you very much. And again, just to add to what you have said already, the NatComSat 1R is at 42.5 degrees east. So just directly 36,000 kilometers above the equatorial plane, just directly above Somali. That translates to very high power. So much so that even when it is raining, you can actually get signal when your DSTV is not working. Besides that, when you talk about the throughput, maybe megabit per second, NatComSat can actually deliver a higher throughput compared to what Starlink can do. And most importantly, it is our product. And
I'm so proud. You're just an ambassador. Because truly, when I was coming to this session, I think one of the things I was thinking is that why do we have the largest market share in this country from external parties? Why aren't we proud of NICOMSAT? There are 54 countries in Africa. Only 10 of them have satellites in space. And we're the first in West Africa to actually launch a satellite. That's a thing of national pride. Absolutely, yeah. So people should think local and act global. You know, you should think about how you can support our ecosystem. Because if you do that, if you see NICOMSAT as a preferred partner, then we can create more opportunities for SMEs, businesses, because that's what we do. We are one of the foremost, because with my sister agency, I think Galaxy was here, but we are one of the foremost agencies that are very directly engaged in creating an inclusive government, because we ensure that even the rural areas, the underserved, the underserved areas get coverage. Because if I look at the private sector, because I've been in the private sector, if it doesn't make business case, they wouldn't go. I know when I was doing the mobile networks, it's an average of 2,500 people in a village before we put a base station. But the truth is that that's not how all villages operate in Nigeria. Some of them are less. So who will serve those people? We talk about the SMEs and the SMEs and the startups. You know, for about 3,000 startups we have in Nigeria, 80% of them are in Lagos. Why? Why can't we have startups somewhere in Kogi, somewhere in Abia State, somewhere in the middle of nowhere in Sokoto? We don't need that urban migration. We have the talent. If we create the backbone, if we make sure that it's inclusive, no matter where you are, you have access, then we'll see that the SMEs and the startups will evolve.
Yeah,
now I'm taking it.
Yeah, thank you very much. You just mentioned the startup. Yes. And this actually takes me to the Startup Act. And if you look at, we are gathered here because of maybe innovation. How do we empower you to be more innovative? How do we diversify our economy from resources to more of knowledge base? However, if you look at Stanford, you know, the is what the Silicon Valley, the fixed stock of innovation is actually the academia. Most of the innovative product services emanates from the academia. If you look at the academia, the driving body is the youth, young people that come with a lot of idea. I was just watching Kuda Pay, which I used severally, and then when he was this young, Babs Ogunde,
very impressive.
I'm quite impressed with that because it's one of those payment platforms that most traders have migrated to, you know, Kuda and other microfinance banks that are very, very fast. So, you know, there's a saying that goes, you know, if you either innovate or you die. And research and development drives innovation. You don't wake up one day and start doing many things. So my question goes this way. What are the activities or initiative NITDAin is currently carrying out to promote, you know, startup or even to promote research and development, leveraging on the services of NITDAin or satellite?
I think one of the things we have thought hard about is the way we present ourselves in the market. So even though we are pipe, we create broadband access. The reality is that our consumers, our clients, our partners need integrated solution. People want the platform layer, people want the application layer. And that's why it's very important for us to innovate, we have to partner. Private-public partnerships. And I'm just putting out the word, we are open for partnerships. We want to go to our consumers, we want to go to our clients with integrated end-to-end solution. We just don't want to go with you with a pipe. So if we go to, for example, a state government, not just to create that broadband access, but we can have applications that will serve SMEs. And they could build community hubs or innovation hubs. And all those apps riding on the internet or the broadband connectivity we provide would enable all those SMEs in these rural areas. So for us, it's a big thing of pride that we can do that. Not everyone can do that. So that's why that Startup Act is very relevant to us, because we can enable it. You know, myself, my sister agency, Galaxy, because we will complement each other. And with that, we can, you know, because if you think about it, what do you do if you have the internet? Like if you send the internet to these villages and rural areas, so what next? If you don't put an application layer, they can't use the services. And I refer to what the Honorable Minister, I think he put up a white paper 2 days ago when he was at a conference, talking about DPI, you know, Direct Public Infrastructure. The truth is that the only way you can have an integrated government that is inclusive is that we have access, broadband access all over the country. That's why we are really important.
Yeah, just to add a few things. In NITDAin, we believe in what they call digital inclusion. So we try to close the diversity gaps. That's why every year we carry out massive intervention, especially targeted rural areas. And some of these areas are yet to be connected to the cellular network. And that is where your services came in, because I remember when I got into NITDAin 2015, as the directors of ITIS, we actually patronize your services, and it helped NIDA actually to achieve the connectivity target they had, especially areas that are not, well, I tend to use the word that they have GSM blackout, where there's no connectivity, or where USPF have not actually carried out intervention. And I must add, that to drive the knowledge, which is one of the trust areas of the minister, NATCOMSAT also plays a very strategic role, things like tele-education and so on and so forth. Then again, this should be my last question, be very important. Today we are plagued with many challenges. Our major challenge today as a country that puts the existence of Nigeria sometimes under a big question mark is the issue of security. Okay? Now, let me focus more on our main export, what I call our money spinner, petroleum product, crude oil. We have so many challenges when it comes to crude oil security. We are here sometimes, we hear that a ship has gone into the jetty, uploaded millions of metric tons of crude oil and is leaving. Sometimes the pipelines are vandalized. And we're here talking about emerging technology. We're talking about satellite, both the Earth observation satellite that is handled by NASA and also the communication satellite handled by your office, madam. So what can NATCOMSAT do? What can NATCOMSAT 1R satellite do to help us monitor our strategic infrastructure, especially oil pipelines? Secondly, our jetties or our marine, our shores, maybe border. I don't want to go into border and all that, but let's look at those strategic areas, which is very, very important for the Nigerian economy, because I believe that we cannot entrust human beings all operations. I believe that technology is very, very objective, and we need to hand over some of these things to technology. So what role can NATCOMSAT 1R play when it comes to mitigating some of the challenges we are having with our main, export, which is crude?
Thank you for that question. Actually, you gave those very critical use cases, because when it comes to security, the interesting thing about those use cases you gave is that they're very difficult cases for terrestrial or mobile networks to actually support. Who's going to be in the middle of the sea? Who's going to run all that fiber to the middle of the ocean to take care of those maritime boats? Telemetry, monitoring, especially in those difficult use cases like the oil rigs in the middle of nowhere. Satellite becomes the important use case for broadband there, because with that they can then build the application layer. So if they want to use IoT or whatever form of monitoring. So all those three use cases, I think the key thing is satellite, because there's no other way you can do it. Even at the shores or at the borders, most of those places are difficult to reach. The cost of laying fiber to those extreme places just makes it a mammoth tax. But with satellite, all we need, think about it, if we give it a Ka band, now I'm going technical, but it's just one of the spectrums that we use. It just requires a small dish, like your DSTV dish. We stick it to the wall, we face the sky, we install the modem, which is a small modem, like your DSTV modem, and that's it. Wherever you are, we can do that. Even though it's maritime, we have special dishes we use because we track, because the boats are moving. Even though it's airplanes, but that's not security. So the use cases are interesting use cases we would love to see we explore. And we want to do that with the private sector, because we realize that in the past, some of the use cases they've tended towards CSR or social enterprise. But when you want to deal with the private sector, we have to look for models that are sustainable. So it makes business sense to do that.
Okay, thank you. We're already time up. So just to cap everything, one is that we have a communication satellite, one NATCOMSAT 1, and it has quad band. It has Ka, KUL, and also C-band. And the footprint is all over Nigeria, covers over 75% of Africa, spot beam in South Africa, Asia, and also in Europe. And it is made in Nigeria, so it is open to driving emerging technologies. You just mentioned IoT. One of the big questions is IoT is, okay, you acquire the data from one part. What's the pipe to push the data to back-end or cloud application for analytics? So thank you very much, and it's my pleasure having you once more. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very insightful session. Please, you can step forward for the photograph. It's interesting to know that we have
satellites up there that could be used for quite a variety of things. Thank you very much. Moving on to the very next session quickly. It's going to be a fireside chat between the Postmaster General of the Federation and, of course, Tracy Okoro. We're taking a look at the topic, the Postal Service as a key enabler of the digital economy. Moderating, like I said earlier, is Tracy Okoro. A round of applause for her as she comes on stage. Keep clapping until she sits. And the speaker at this session will be Tola Odeyemi, the Postmaster General of the Federation. Keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping. It's going to be a very powerful session. Over to you, Tracy.
Thank you. Thank you so much to the last panelist that just finished. And I'm referring to Jane because I like the fact that she was very brutal and honest about what needs to be done. I also like the fact that she sort of ended her conversation around the Nigerian Startup Act. And I'd like to announce to everybody that the current DG of NITDAin is doing all that is within his power to make sure that that act, which was a great win for us, is going to be implemented. And so that's a good one and a good place to clap for NITDAin, please. So my name is Mrs. Tracy Okoro Isaac. I am the CEO of Ventures Park, which is a technology hub that seeks to democratize prosperity. And we try to do that. The park is one of the expressions of Ventures platform that is trying to support entrepreneurs that are going to be building these products and services that will help to democratize prosperity. Today, I am talking to also one of the greats, right? I'm going to be having that chat with her. I really look forward to this because we already had created programs at Ventures Park about what we wanted to do with NITCOMSAT and NITPost, but it never saw the light of the day because there was a lot of other projects that we were doing. I'd like to reintroduce Tola Odeyemi, who is an engineer. I'm sure a lot of people don't know, but she is also an excellent public administrator. She's a policy expert and a government affairs specialist. So you're very welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, so today we're going to look at NITPost. A lot of people have sort of written off NITPost because they feel like, we've moved into that era. I've been listening to a lot of people talk about digital transformation, but we've gone beyond that. We've moved to digital evolution, right? Where we've skipped all the ages, or we're sort of competing with countries that have moved way beyond that. Now, my first question is to you, saying you've come to an uphill task, right? How do you see NITPost, right, leveraging technology to start to build out, to start to become its own entity in the new digital economy?
Thank you very much. So I think for me, the way I see NITPost is, and especially within sort of the umbrella of technology, the Ministry of Communications, Innovation, and Digital Economy is, I see it as sort of like the physical aspect of the digital. So it gives the physical to the digital. So for example, if I look at e-commerce, right? So it's the sort of exchange of value across B2B, P2P, or whatever. But when it comes to the actual movement of the physical commerce, you need a NITPost. Also, NITDAin is doing a lot in digital inclusion. Jane has, the solution for sort of creating a connected Nigeria, right? But NITPost is one of the unique agencies of government that gives these, my sister agencies, the physical access to the people that they need to reach, right? Has high accessibility in non-urban areas. So I think we tend to look at the digital, and all we're really looking at the urban areas. But what NITPost offers to to the sister agencies and to Nigerians are those physical touch points for the digital products and programs.
Okay, thank you. And I like that you mentioned that, because I remember sometime last year there was a huge ruckus between NIPOS and startups that were working in the logistics sector, and it looked like government was trying to compete right here with the startup conversation, or with startups. And a lot of people in the ecosystem were saying this was a huge opportunity for NIPOS to sort of collaborate, right? And work with startups who are working in that sector to see how they can leverage. Because you're correct, NIPOS is, I think, the only government agency that has offices, physical offices, even in villages, right?
No, it's required to have one in at least every local government, and in most cases it has more than one in every single local government.
So just like you said, real critical physical touch points, right? So how is NIPOS innovating, or how does it aim to collaborate, to innovate, to be able to adapt its services to the digital age? And are there specific technologies or strategies being implemented or being considered, saying that you just started?
So yes, I remember that. I mean, I was never thinking of NIPOS in those days. Something, just a headline that I read, I was like, whatever. But now that I'm in the hot seat, I have to think about this. So I think, one, yes, I understand the pain of the SMEs, right? Thinking about when you have this behemoth of an institution that is then competing with them. But I think my vision for NIPOS is seen as a collaborator. So for example, some of the initiatives we have that will make the life of SMEs, courier companies, logistics companies better is, NIPOS has started the digital postal code service. There's an address verification service that can be used that makes life easier and operations easier for businesses. But more importantly, I see NIPOS as sort of like the infrastructure for the courier services. So we have, again, the physical places that could be used as warehouses, sorting houses, processing houses. NIPOS could, I mean, again, these are considerations, to just then look at last mile delivery from hubs that are managed, or the hubs that are being used by the SMEs, right? We could use them as warehouses, and NIPOS does the last mile delivery. But again, NIPOS is, I look at it as the sort of foundational infrastructure. So you could even think of NIPOS using designing a user-friendly platform where people can access multiple courier services, not just from NIPOS, but across all registered logistics companies.
Yes, so this was part of some of the things that we considered and we will share in the future. In what ways do you see postal services facilitate e-government services, and how can NIPOS collaborate with government bodies? Why I'm saying this is, it's more expensive to move stuff from Lagos to Kogi than it is for me to move stuff from here to London, right? And how can you collaborate, seeing that you're part of the ecosystem, right? And so, one of the greatest things we love about this new government is we've got ecosystem written all over it. And so we feel like you know where it hurts, you know where it pinches, right? How would you work with the government to make sure that these, costs for these services are reduced? But then how are you also going to collaborate in making sure that your sister agencies understand what they need to do to be able to sort of bolster NIPOS work in the digital economy?
So first of all, in terms of, the cost of doing business in Nigeria, I mean, I think one of the things that, if you look at this government, even in the short time it's been around, is working on physical infrastructure, so roads, and these are things that are very critical to commerce, right? So the roads, you look at the tax reform policy, committee that's looking at the multiple taxation, which again makes business more expensive. But in terms of e-government, of government services, again, everybody, NITDAin could draft a framework for the government services. My colleague here, Jane, could, have give the, how do I put it, the broadband and the accessibility. But it is NIPOS that has where the sort of unincluded, the people who can't access government services, the people because, they are digitally illiterate or they're so far out. One of the things I want to see is how to use NIPOS spaces for people to actually have the touch point with government. So imagine you want to apply for passports, death records, birth records, your NIN, your driver's license, as opposed to going I'm from Elisha. So as opposed to having to go from Elisha to Oshobo every single time I need to do a document, all I have to do is go to the nearest NIPOS office and at the very least, I can process those documents. And even when the documents or whatever services are needed, I can go back there to collect, right? And so it just makes life easier for everybody. So NIPOST is actually the government inclusion agency.
I understand.
It is. And that's what excites me most about the agency.
Yes, I'm really excited just listening to you. And it's not just listening to you that excites me, it's the fact that you're thinking in all the right directions where we need to, think. And just imagining that you as a person, as a citizen, you wanted to do something and not having to come all the way to maybe Abuja or Lagos to be able to access those services, and you can just walk into any NIPOST office around your area and there's a desk officer of any agency right there helping you to do it. It saves a lot of cost, time, and every other thing. Now, I like how you call NIPOST the Digital Inclusion Agency of Nigeria, and so I'm going to pivot into that. How do you envisage NIPOST addressing digital inclusion? I mean, I hear this, but ensuring that postal services are accessible to all. I get that you have touch points, physical touch points in these areas, but how do we merge the old and the new? I remember I always used to have this joke with my father where, I said to him that we have a lot of young people who are bustling and hustling to get into these high offices, but none of them are taking their time to learn how to open the door. Mm-hmm. So when you get there, who will open the door for you, right? And so how do we merge the old and the new, bringing that digital non-literate people to that digital literate factor? Because at the end of the day, we want to have a society that is filled or occupied with more people who are digitally literate.
So I think the first thing is, even within, and I'm using this as the context of NIPOST and running the operations of NIPOST, in that for me to be able to help the sort of unincluded, the unbanked, the digital literates in these sort of outposts. So one of the, other than, everybody looks at one of the major assets of NIPOST as its physical, locations. But what they don't know, like one of the other major assets, probably more than the physical assets, are its people. NIPOST is over 10,000 people strong, right? And so you'd imagine where you even use NIPOST employees in every single far-flung outpost as the trainers, mm-hmm. right? So maybe I'm also pitching to NITDAin right now. I'm not looking at him, in that in rolling out these digital literacy programs, that you consider the people who are government agencies, who are the sort of ambassadors for government in these far-flung places, as part of the beneficiaries of this digital inclusion and digital literacy programs. Because what then happens is, so you have one person in a village of 250 people who has gone through the digital literacy program, right, or who's digital literate. And then what happens as people are coming, he's the touch point, he's their
liaison.
Yes, and then so what happens that he or she could actually be the person who then can train and bring people into sort of the literacy into the 21st century. Mm. And so that's one. And again, I would also say, again, the physical spaces that we have could then be used as for financial inclusion, digital inclusion. I mean, it's actually endless what you could do with the NIPOST spaces all over the country.
Amazing. So I'm going to keep to time because we're very big on time in Ventures Park. This one question, two questions, but that's going to be my last question for today. Data security and privacy, right? Mm-hmm. With the digital economy relying heavily on data, and we having a data aggregation problem in the country. Yes, NITDAin is working hard at it, right? But we still have it as a key issue, aggregating data, right? How is NIPOST ensuring the security and privacy of customer information in its digital initiatives, one? And two, the future outlook. What is your vision, that's NIPOST's vision for the future in the context of the digital economy, and what steps have been taken to realize this vision?
So in terms of data security and privacy, so NIPOST belongs to this global union called the Universal Postal Union, UPU. And UPU, so it has agency. So all postal unions, postal services belong to this union. And of course, this is 21st century. So there's actually a UPU cybersecurity framework, okay, right, that that has a strategy of how, because every single postal service in the world, every single one, has gone through what NIPOS is going through right now, like, you know, with the advent of technology, a dip in services, and everybody has had to reinvent themselves in the digital world. And so what they're finding is, of course, as you're reinventing yourself in the digital world, data, privacy, and cybersecurity become very important. So there's actually a cybersecurity framework that we are required to follow. And the good thing is that the cybersecurity framework aligns perfectly with the Nigerian data protection guidelines, right? So that's, and we're following that. You know, of course, as we're bringing NIPOS into the digital world, we're also very cognizant that these are the standards that we have to follow. In terms of outlook for NIPOS, I see NIPOS as a partner for both government and private. Government in that you want to get your services out into the non-urban areas and even the urban areas. NIPOS is your #1 partner, right? And for the private sector, again, we are looking at how we can use our spaces for Nigerians, connecting Nigerians. You know, we're having a visioning, a strategy session with my team, and we're like, what is NIPOS? What is NIPOS' place in Nigeria? And it's literally connecting people. So that's, for me, it is connecting people, connecting businesses, connecting SMEs, and connecting government.
Amazing. And I think that this is going to be sort of the last line we're going to use. I would like that everybody, when you leave this room, that you realize that NIPOS is going to be the #1 full aggregator for Nigeria. And the conversation is not just about Nigeria, it's how are we going to keep putting Nigeria on the map as the place to come to when you're thinking of not just digital transformation, but for digital evolution. Thank you so much, Tola, for your time.
It was really nice talking to you.
You too. Have a great time.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much for that session. Very, very on time. I guess women are better time managers than men, after all. A round of applause for Tracy and our Postmaster General. Round of applause for them both. Thank you very much. Next on the agenda will be the hackathon pitches session. But before we get into that, we will be giving out another phone this afternoon. We actually have 3 of them to give out today, and we want to quickly give one out right away. But before we get into that, we have an ID card of a staff from Unique Classic Concept International Limited. Please, you can come to the desk over here to pick up your ID. An ID for Ifoma from Unique Classic Concept International Limited. Please come over to our stand here to get your ID. If the media teams are ready, could you please give us the Kahoot game for, let's use the one we did yesterday so that we can complete the gift for yesterday, all right? So we're going to run the questions that we used yesterday all over again, bordering on IoT, Web3, and AI. We're going to use that again today. I'm sure you are all familiar with the drill. I'll be conducting the game today, by the way. And so you need to bring out your phone. For those of you just joining us for the first time today, we have this game that you play to win a Samsung phone. So you go to kahoot.it, K-A-H-O-O-T,
and you put in that PIN. Make sure you use a name we can easily recognize. As soon as you register, we're going to be seeing you right there on the screen. There we go. Number of people already logging on to the game. All right, so I'm just going to give us a few minutes to have about 200 people joining the game, and then we'll get started. We have about 130 right now, and it's climbing very fast. We also have a free Wi-Fi. If you are having challenges connecting, I'm sure they will give you the Wi-Fi details while we receive the people coming on. Okay, can we get started with the game? Yes, people are still joining. Okay, so that's the Wi-Fi. You don't need a password. Just look for that on your Wi-Fi list and use it to connect to the internet. All right, let's go back to the game. You can start the game now. We have about 300 people already registered. Again, the game is focused on, these are the questions from the two. All right, let's go. What does IoT stand for? The Internet of Transactions, International Online Trade, Integral of Things, or the Internet of Things? All right, let's see the, okay, we have 166 people getting it correctly, so Internet of Things, next. So we have T. Now, T, I believe you're the one that won on the first day, so if you have won this phone before, you are not permitted to play the game again. Yes, so if you have won, give other people a chance to win, okay? T, you are disqualified automatically. Let's go on. Question 2, Web3 is often associated with what kind of decentralized systems? Social media platforms, decentralized applications, centralized databases, public clouds. You have just 10 seconds to answer. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and 0. Hold on. Here we go. 166 again. The correct answer is dApps, decentralized applications. Let's see the leaders board. Who is leading? I'll just ignore T, right? I'll just jump to Gracie. All right? So T, you can remain there if you wish, but we know the real winner is Gracie. All right? Next. Which technology serves as the backbone of cryptocurrency? This is the third time this question is appearing. Quantum computing, artificial neural networks, blockchain, or edge computing. Nobody should miss this. All right, 295. All right, let's go. Let's see the person leading now. T, you know the year word. Let's go. Where is our screen? T, I will advise you to just give up, okay? And allow Gracie and the rest of the team. Media. Sorry? Okay. No, it's already on their phones. Yes. Yes. Colors. Sorry? Okay, please help us project from this crane so that they will be able to see the questions from the crane. The crane, yes. If the crane can focus on the screen so that people can see the answers. Apologies for that. It's coming up right now. T, I would advise you to just... T, if you are here, can you raise your hand? Are you here? I can see you. Oh, it's another T. That T is unfortunate. You should change his name. Okay, I'm sure we can have it on the middle screen. All right? Okay. Here we go. We're going to save time now. Just 20 seconds to answer the questions, and we go. Tunde Ednot is in the house. Somebody is using that name. Tunde Ednot, are you here? Tunde Ednot does not need a phone. All right. Let's just give it a few minutes and we'll be back with the games. I would like to inform the following to please get ready for their sessions if they're outside or not within the hall. If you can hear me, please be ready for your session. We'll be going into the cybersecurity and government, safeguarding public services in the digital era. The moderator for that will be Embassy Marshall, CEO, Spy Codex. The speakers at that panel will be Dr. Bayero Agabi, CEO of Trust Africa ICT Solutions, Bashar Ahmad, Chief Executive Officer of Cybersecurity Experts Association of Nigeria, Amza Latif, co-founder Cyber Plural, and John Nwachukwu, Chief Strategy and Executive Officer at Zoracom. That will be breakout panel session number 15, and those will be the speakers. Marshall, Embassy. All right, let's move on to the next. Which type of AI algorithm is used for your face recognition? What type of AI algo is used for facial recognition? Clustering, convolutional neural network, CNN, regression, or decision trees? You have 7 more seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's see who is leading. Hopefully not T. Let's go. Next. Okay? All right. You have to prove you are not the T that won the first one. Okay? Let's move on. What is the primary language of smart contracts on the Ethereum platform? Python, Java, Solidity, or Ruby? $278 answers. 10 seconds to go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Let's see who is getting it now. Next. 179 correct answers. Next. Delightful you. Where is T now? He's outside. Next. Which company introduced the concept of Metaverse? Is it Google or Meta, formerly known as Facebook, Apple, or Amazon? You shouldn't get this wrong. The question is right there. Or sorry, the answer is right there. Time up. 230 got it right. Meta, formerly known as Facebook. Next, let's see if T is back now. Tech cabal. Let's move on. All right, and AI. In AI, what does NLP stand for? Yeah, these answers are a bit trickish. May sound alike, but they're not exactly the same thing. Neural learning protocol, network linking protocol, natural learning process, or natural language processing. Time up. Correct. 121 people got it right. Let's go. Let's see who is leading us now. Wow. Ooze. Ooze from where? Which of the following is not the potential benefit of Internet of Things? Reduce human effort, real-time mentoring or monitoring, enhance data privacy, improve efficiency. Which of these is not a potential benefit of IoT? All right, 5 seconds to go. Time up. How many? Okay, 134. Wow. All right, let's move on to the next. Who is leading us now? Who's is standing strong on the leaders board? Interesting. Let's move on to the next question. This should be the 9th question. Blockchain decentralized ledger system ensures what? Reduced data storage, faster internet speed, transaction immutability, or cloud scalability? We'll know the winner in just about 3 seconds. 2, 1, and 0. 197 people got it correctly. Transaction immutability. Let's go on. Next. Wow. Now, before you get on to the last question, this is the very last question. This question will distinguish between the person that will get the phone and those who will not. And it doesn't matter who is leading right now. It doesn't matter who is on the board right now. Let's move on to the next. And this is the last question, the deciding question. What does DAO in the context of Web3 represent? Direct Access Organization, Decentralized Autonomous Organization, Digital Access Optimization, or Data Alignment Operation? This, ladies and gentlemen, is the deciding question. In a few seconds from now, someone will be winning a Samsung Galaxy phone based on who gets this question correctly and fast enough. 1 more second, and now the time is up. 141 person got it right. Decentralized Autonomous Organization. And the winner is Andy Nomaro. Andy Nomaro, who are you? Who is that? A round of applause for Andy Nomaro. Is he here? Is it she? Is it he? So where is he? Okay, let's count to 10. If he doesn't get here before that time, the runner-up will get the phone. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 3, 2. Great one. Can we have the phone, please? Can we have the phone, please? It's right under there. What is working? Isn't it? Oh, they want to give you 2 phones. Really? On behalf of NITDAin, here is your brand new Samsung Galaxy phone. Congratulations. You want to bring it out for them to see? Probably. Congratulations. Congratulations to you. If you are yet to take your coffee, please get in touch with any of the ushers. They will gladly direct you to where you can have your coffee as we get into the coffee break session right about now. There's an hackathon pitch session going on right now at the hall at the back. If you're to participate within that, please ensure you are there right now to be part of that. There will be a session for them, the winners, to come up here and make their final pitches, which will grant them access to a world of great things. We're moving on straight to the breakout panel session that I announced earlier on, the cybersecurity and government safeguarding public services in the digital era. The moderator for this panel session will be Embassy Marshal, CEO, Speed Codex. Is Embassy Marshal here? If he is, please move up to the stage right now. Embassy Marshal, CEO, Speed Codex. The panelists or the speakers at this panel session will be Dr. Bayero Agabi, CEO, Trust Africa ICT Solutions. Dr. Agabi, if you're here, please join us on stage. Bashar Ahmed, Chief Executive Officer of Cybersecurity Expert Association of Nigeria, is also a panelist. Hamza Latif, co-founder Cyber Plural, is also to be on this panel. And John Uwachuku, Chief Strategy Executive Officer of Zorocom, will also be member of this panel. All right, so there's a slight adjustment to the schedule. Now we are on coffee break. So if you like to just move around, get a cup of coffee or something, this will be the nice time to do that. But while we're at that, I'm feeling a little bit generous this afternoon. I would like to give out another phone while we're on break. Is that okay? Is that okay? Well, not too many people are interested in having that phone, so I'll probably just skip that and allow you to go and have your coffee break. Right? If you want us to do the Kahoot game again for a phone, say yeah. If you're not interested, say nay. The years have it. So we go for the Kahoot game while you also, well, you can also have your coffee break. So the media team, can we have the game scheduled for today? The game scheduled for today, please. We can project that to the screen. But please, I would like to also, I'll keep announcing the member of the next panel session. The speakers, Dr. Bayero Agabi, the CEO of Trust Africa ICT Solutions, Bashar Ahmad, Chief Executive Officer of Cybersecurity Experts Association of Nigeria, Hamza Latif, co-founder of Cyber Plural, and John Wachuku, Chief Strategy and Executive Officer at Zorocom. These are the panelists for the next session. And that session will be coming up in about 20 minutes. In the interim, we're going to go back to our Kahoot game. And for those of us who want our coffee, please approach the ushers. They will let you know where you can have your coffee. All right, so let's get on to the next one. That's the pin for the game. That's the pin for your game. It should be a lot easier now. We have less people logging on, as you can see. Remember, you have a free Wi-Fi, so that should be a lot easier for you now. I'm going to wait for us to get to the 300 mark. Then we get started. Okay, media team, start. Let's go. We have over 300 people participating right now. Digital conference, day 3. Yes, 3, 2, 1, go. And here's the first question. XR is a term that collectively refers to what? X-ray resonance, extended reality, Xerox reality, exponential rendering. XR. What does it mean? 3, 2, 1, 0. Extended reality, absolutely. Next. I should arrest him, huh? Let's see if you're able to keep up with this again. All right, let's move. Next. Which of the following is not part of XR? Virtual reality, mediated reality, augmented reality, or simulated reality? Which of the following is not part of XR? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's see. The correct answer will be mediated reality, simulated reality. What's going on here? Next, let's see. Oh, where is I now? Oh, is it T? Where is T? It's gone. Let's move on. The concept of metaverse can be traced back to which novel? There was a novel that described what we are now experiencing as a metaverse. Is it The Brave New World, Snow Crash, The Matrix, or The Hitchhiker Guide to the Galaxy? The concept of metaverse can be traced back to which novel? I think there is a challenge here. There's a challenge here. The correct answer is Snow Crash, not The Matrix. The correct answer is Snow Crash. Let's move on. Kahoot me. Good. Let's move on. In AR, digital objects are, media team, in augmented reality, digital objects are what? Let's wait for the media team to reconnect. Media team, please, can you fix this? Somebody borrow them Wi-Fi up there. Can somebody give them Wi-Fi up there, please? By the way, if you are yet to experience VR and all of that, I think there is an experience center at the back where you can experience that firsthand. So you probably want to make your way there as during this program to experience the culture. The first day we experienced the cultural heritage of Kufa Mata in Kano. Probably want to go down there and see what is going on. Can we have, maybe you switch to another Wi-Fi, please, so that we can continue with this. Okay, we're back. Five, four, three, two, 1, 0. Let's see the correct answer. Absolutely. Integrated into the real world view. Next. Okay, Kahutmi is on fire. He has the highest answer streak of 4. All right, let's move on. Which technology primarily uses headsets to immerse user in a digital environment? I just mentioned it now. Is it virtual reality, tangible human user interface, augmented reality, or haptic technology? Which one? No, just answer it on your phone. Five, four, three, two, 1. Absolutely. Virtual reality. Let's move on. Let's see if Kahutmi is still... Oh, my word. Where is Kahutmi? He's been what? Booted out. All right, space is leading. Let's move on. Oculus is a product associated with which technology? IoT, VR, AI, or Web3? If you have been a gamer, this will probably be a lot easier for you. 3, 2, 1, 0. Let's see. VR, absolutely. 109. Let's move. Next. Who is leading? Wow. Kaigama. We're beginning to have a lot of people disrupting the board right now. Which company is known for its AR products called HoloLens? Which company is known for its AR products called HoloLens? Google, Microsoft, Apple, or Amazon? Let's see the correct answer. Microsoft. Next. Kagama is still standing strong on the scoreboard. Let's move on to the next question. Combo breaker. Watch out for combo breaker. The person is coming out very strong. In the metaverse, users can own virtual assets through what? Virtual credit, NFTs, direct cash, or digital shares. How can people own virtual assets in the metaverse? Is it through virtual credit, NFTs, direct cash, or digital shares? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. NFTs. Absolutely correct. Let's move on to the next one. We still have Kaigama staying strong. 10 players just hit answers with streak of 5. It's not likely T or Kahutmi will come back to this. Let's move on. Next. Spatial computing involves what? This is the last but one question. Computing in outer space, computing based on color spaces, interaction with a 3D digital world, or distributed computing system. Spatial computing. 3, 2, 1, 0. Let's see. Absolutely. Interaction with a 3D digital world. Next. This is the very last question. Hold on. Kegama is back. And we have some new people following him right on his tail. Now let's go on to the question that will decide the winner for us right now. Which of the following best describes the metaverse? A single company's virtual platform, a new form of website design, a decentralized universe of multiple interconnected digital spaces, a gaming platform for a specific genre. Which of them adequately describes metaverse? You have 8 seconds to answer. 3, 2, 1, 0. Answer is a decentralized universe of multiple interconnected. Now let's see who is the winner. And the winner is Kegama. Where is he? Okay, who is the runner-up? Oluwaseyi. Oluwaseyi, get ready. If Kegama doesn't get here in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Alan is not in the building. Alan just drove out now. Is he still around? Okay, he's not around. Okay, let's count to 5 and see if he's still here. 5, 4, 3, 2. A round of applause for Kegama. Congratulations. You deserve it. Congratulations. A round of applause for him, please. We have just one more phone to be won, but we'll do that much later in the day. In the interim, I would like to call my colleague Kinyi to take over from here. Thank you very much. Have yourself a lovely time here at Digital Nigeria Conference. If you want to clap for me, it's okay. You can go ahead and do that.
A very good afternoon to every single person here, distinguished dignitaries, speakers, moderators, every single person. Good afternoon. My name is Kinyi Waboke. Again, I am one of your compares for the program. I'm here to move us along to the next session, the next panel session, and the topic is cybersecurity and government, safeguarding public services in the digital era. I'd like us to give a round of applause to the moderator as they walk on stage. The moderator is Embassy Marshall, CEO of Spy Code X. So please, can we give him a round of applause as he comes on stage? Is he here? While he comes on stage, I would like to invite the speakers, Dr. Bayero Agabi, CEO of Trust Africa ICT Solutions. Please, can you join us on stage? Please, a round of applause for them. We also have Basha Ahmed, the Chief Executive Officer of Cybersecurity Experts Association of Nigeria. You are invited on stage to be a speaker at this panel session. Hello. Good afternoon. I also like to invite Hamza Latif, the co-founder of Cyber Plural. A round of applause for them, please. And the last person would be Mr. John Nwachukwu, the Chief Strategy Executive Officer of Zoracom. Please, you can join us on stage. You are one of the speakers. Please, a round of applause for him. Good afternoon. Okay, just one more time in case he did not hear it. The moderator is Embassy Marshall, the CEO of SpyCode X. Good afternoon. Hello. Okay. Well, let me call his name one more time. I think he'll hear me this time. So, Mr. Embassy Marshall, we are waiting for you to join us on the stage. He's on stage. Okay, so I'd like to hand over to him to moderate the session. Please, another round of applause for them as they start. Thank you very much.
Okay, Bakari. That's your name. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank you all for actually making out time to be here. My name is Embassy Marshall. I'm the CEO of SpyCode X, Robotics and STEM Company. Today we'll be talking about cybersecurity and government, safeguarding the public sectors in the digital era. So before we actually go into it, I would like to state that cybersecurity is actually a non-discriminatory topic in the sense that in as much as we're talking about it in the public sector today, it actually affects each and every one of us as individuals and equally as the private sector. Because and it's all dependent on the amount of data we collect and process. So here on stage with me is Mr. Hamza Latif and Mr. Bakare. So I'll give them an opportunity to give us a brief bio about themselves. Thank you. So I'll start with Mr. Hamza.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hamzat Latif. It's an honor to be here with you this time to be speaking on this topic. My name is Hamza once again, and my area of core is security operation and engineering. This co-founder at CyberPura, we provide managed security services for businesses, and we try to kind of focus on how we ensure that businesses can be able to kind of protect the data as they work with at all levels. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bakari Emmanuel. Currently standing in for John Wanchuku, the CEO of Zoracom. I work at Zoracom as the lead, cybersecurity and SOC, and it's a pleasure to be here with everyone. We at Zoracom, we are an information technology company that specializes in providing IT services and managed security services to enterprise organizations, businesses, and small-scale businesses too. So we aim to develop proprietary solutions to help tackle many of the cybersecurity issues that are hampering and challenging the Nigerian market and African markets as a whole. And I'm more than honored to be here with you to discuss some of the solutions that we have and how we can all brainstorm and collaborate together to ensure that we create a much more secure cyberspace for Nigeria and hopefully Africa as a whole. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. So we'll proceed to the panel session. Okay, I would like to start with you, Mr. Bakare. Now, we have cases where people send emails to persons via webmails. Now, these emails being sent actually have some codes being attached to them. Now, in a situation whereby I open those emails and it injects a code into the host system that takes off my data to them. Now, do you think this is more like a common practice that is being used in attacking the public sector?
Okay, so I know you are referring to what we call as, or the technical term, what we refer to as phishing emails. And this has become very, very, very rampant nowadays. I mean, post-COVID, after the whole COVID pandemic happened, many organizations went into either fully remote or fully hybrid operations. And it became much more commonplace to be getting a lot of these emails that are either crafted specially to that organization to make it seem as if, okay, no problem, you've been selected to win something, or just a particularly interesting premise for that particular person. And many of these emails, especially for the guys that have gotten very skilled at this, they are targeted at CEOs and people that hold important and key public positions. And this is all the more pertinent in this day and age because email is basically the de facto communication in any official setting. And it is very, very important for us to be able to ensure that any person that works with the critical infrastructure that powers this nation, and this infrastructure is, I would say, at least from our experience, you are talking about the telecoms company, you are talking about health, and you are talking about also the physical infrastructure, and not to even downplay them, also the players in identity and access management. Very, very important. I mean, there are a lot of cases, I don't want to go too deep because I have a lot of NDAs that are on my head now that might not let me to say a lot of things I might want to say. But a lot of cases where a lot of government organizations and parastatals that are hosting and managing data of millions of Nigerians all over the country. If you see the level of security controls on those systems, you will be aghast. You'll be aghast. But to just, before I make this a segue, it is very important at the end of the day to ensure that we are able to sensitize everybody that is in that operational chain, from the top of the command, either the CEO, the DG, to the secretary, down to the civil servants or to the administrative staffs, on all the correct security practices that are involved in ensuring that they are constantly being careful about the kind of emails they click and the kind of emails they receive at work. Thank you.
I'm going to ask is quite very sensitive, as well as it affects, I believe, each and every one of us in this house. Now, the INEC we know, which is also a public sector, actually adopted the BIVA system and the electronic transmission of results during the elections. Now, some Nigerians had concern of what happens between that transmission from the BIVA's machine down to the main server. What goes on? Is there a possibility of someone tampering with what's happening in between there and probably updating something else or tweaking something else? So what would you say? Would you say something like that is actually possible? Would you say it's possible to hack into the BIVA system and then change the electoral results before it reaches INEC's server directly?
Okay, thank you for your question. I think this is a very sensitive question, and I'm going to be taking my time to kind of dissect it. So basically, before the commencement of the election, there are a couple of announcements and explanations on how the whole transmission will take place and from the body that is actually responsible. And yes, there is this concept of assessment that they've done on their end regarding, you know, the defense that are in place to ensure that, yes, whatever they are doing within that period is not disrupted. And just like you mentioned earlier, most of the agencies of government, most organizations today, we are trying to leverage technology. So they are just trying to look for a way to ensure that, okay, there is this platform that we bring that level of confidence to the voters, and yes, they can see in real time possibly what is going on and all of that. But one thing that is very critical is that, yes, when you are building such systems that works around trust, that works around, that sit more on integrity, there are a couple of validations you need to do, and maybe you need to have some kind of systems in place that can switch for when maybe what your plan A is looking, the plan A you're looking at is not delivering the result. You can, like, okay, have another system to come in, and it is a key to, putting up a sustainable system So I believe that, yes, that a couple of lessons have been learned over with this very experience, and yes, the agency that is responsible, which is INEC, they are going to be able to put in controls to ensure that, yes, all of those things don't repeat themselves. So he mentioned critical infrastructure. Electoral system is one of them. Right now we have NIMC, where most of the Nigerian databases reside. So
okay,
when you look at
sorry, Mr. Hamza. So I'm like asking, is it possible for the INEC server to be altered right from the beavers getting the data and transmitting it down to INEC directly? Is there a possibility of a breach in between that process and then the results being changed before it reaches the server? Or is there a possibility of that system to be hacked and the results ultimately being changed?
So I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not part of the people that have access to the design or the design of such infrastructure. So I'm going to give you this instance. So for those type of private systems, there are a couple of communications that can only take place between maybe the servers and the beavers machine. So there is a process in place that if the device you are presenting is not actually beavers or is not on a certain network with the server, it will not be able to communicate with it. That's how it should be. So, but yes, there's nothing that is 100% foolproof. So, but how can you prevent that? So there are a couple of controls that ought to be in place that they must have put in place. So I cannot just carry my system and try to want to talk to that server. It will not work. But if a message is also coming from the device that have been designed to talk to it, definitely there could be some certain level of verifications that they might have put in place. But yes, in all essence of how things should work, if a malicious actor understands the way the system is structured, they understand, okay, how they can fool the system to accept whatever that is coming from them. It is possible. That is very possible. But in this case, if there are controls that are in place to validate that, okay, the right system is what is talking to the server, the right devices is what is coming, and they can vet all those communications, then it will be very difficult for an attacker to come in between.
All right, thank you very much.
I don't know if that has answered.
Oh, thank you. You've told us it's possible, and you've given us the step to prevent it. So that's okay. All right, thank you. Okay, so we have on stage here Dr. Bayero Agabi, the CEO of Trust Africa ICT Solutions. Thank you for joining us. Okay, you joined at the right time. I have a question for you. Okay, so in the year 2020, we had a lot of outbreaks. We had an outbreak of virus, and we equally had an outbreak of hacking. Okay, the renowned anonymous group actually did a lot of mess, and all of a sudden the Nigerian government got a threat of which they had to meet a demand within 72 hours unless they will have their own platforms being hacked. Now, Dr. Bayero, would you say the public sector, that's the government and its parastatals, were actually in panic of this kind of a situation?
Okay. Hello? Okay, great. Hello? Okay. Firstly, I'd like to say I'm sorry I came a little bit late to the conversation. I like to, beef up your question a little bit, maybe a bit of diversion if you may like it. Cyber security, the way it is, begins with our behavioral pattern offline. And the kind of things we do, which comes or is born out of awareness or the lack of it, can result to some of the breaches that we see. The data breaches and the malware, that are applied to compromise data of organizations, individuals, most of them are born out of the lack of skills or awareness of the people who are in that chain. So for me, I always like to advocate, what I call cyber responsibility and cyber awareness. So because we are still in a developing, arm of the world, and we read a lot of people hear cybersecurity as just a grammatical expression. So until you are hacked, you do not seem to understand and appreciate what cybersecurity is all about. And I dare say that majority of us here, if you have not been hacked, it means that you're just waiting to be hacked. So what that means is that the education gap, the skill gap, can make one, the weak link to being hacked. We are in the world where IoT has become a commonplace. So if IoT has become a commonplace, that is Internet of Things, it then means that everything and anything that is connected has become a computer. And from the understanding that we have, anything and everything that is connected via the internet or whichever way, that thing has become a computer. And any computer can be compromised and can be hacked. Be it a plane, aeroplane, the refrigerator in your house, the TV in your house, which has become an Android, and any other thing that can be, connected to the internet. So for me, education, awareness is very key. So I advocate always that organizations, individuals, and agencies should take education and awareness very, very seriously. Because if we don't, and we are speaking off their head, and we're talking the technicalities of how malware can come, phishing can come, we will just come here and then we speak to ourselves, and then at the end of the day, nothing is achieved. So for me, I think that, okay, take the challenges of, AI. AI is in both ways, that it provides the opportunity for the bad guys, to ensure, to come up with series, that to breach data. And it also, on the other way, alternatively, it's a big plus for the good guys to ensure that that does not happen. But we are seeing the trends that some of the data breaches that are happening, whether to your robots or to your banking system, your financial institutions and all of that, they're coming from the issues that has to do with the weak link in the chain. And that weak link in the chain is born out of, not knowing it or less of it.
Okay.
That is.
So you're saying that. You're saying that. Sorry, what did you say? Sorry, you're saying that cybersecurity literacy is very important. Okay, so now we'll take that from the angle of the public sector training their staffs, those handling the servers and everything else. Now, coming back to my question on the public sector in 2020, when they had this strength, do you think, would you say there was a possibility of a panic amongst these sectors? Now, that you can say by measuring their systems, if it's strong or safe enough for them to boldly say, we don't care. Or would you say that, yes, they actually felt that hit and probably did something? Would you say there was a panic when these threats came in?
Is that for you?
No, it's for you, sir. Mr.
Still
yes,
to me.
yes.
You know, really, the facts are, obvious. And the facts are, everywhere. So the security of any architecture, is based on the capability and capacity of those handling it. And if you bring it down to Africa,
Okay, sorry, Mr. Bayero. So what I'm asking is, like, would you say the security of the public sector currently is standard, top-notch?
I hardly get that one.
Like, would you say the security of the internet security, that's the data and all the e-services, the public sectors, there are different parastatals have, would you say it's actually top-notch or standard? The reason is that each and every one of us have our data on one of those platforms, either the NIMC or INEC or anywhere. Now, would you assure us here that those platforms, their securities are standard and top-notch, that we have nothing to worry about as regard our data being leaked or hacked by someone?
If I get you correctly, you're speaking about the public sector, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so that is where majority of our data is domiciled.
So would you say it's strong, it's safe?
Yes. If our majority of our data is domiciled, within the public sector space, and thank God we have, the NDPC, to take care of that. But the thing is, we now have to have what I would refer to as, we have a commissioner in head that's heading that agency. We still need to have a data, privacy commissioner. Whose responsibility will be the handling of the data and the application of the data.
Okay, so for now, you're saying it's safe, but not totally safe.
There is no anywhere in the world that you can say that it's completely, fail safe. But you can only aggregate it to percentages and all that. There's no system that is fail safe. Even if you take a look at, the IBM research, very recently, over, like they say, over 40 billion, data breaches we are going to have. Okay, and each cost about $4 million.
Okay, Mr.
If
Bayero.
that is the case, so we now have to wake up as a nation, as a developing country, to see how we can see. There is this urge, there is push that everyone should become digitized. Everyone should go within the digital space.
Okay, Mr. Bayero.
But how to secure yourself within that digital space? No one is talking about it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bayero. We'll come back to that. I have a backup question for that, but before then, due to time, I often say Nigeria is a developing nation with developed citizens. So, Mr. Hamza Latif, this question is for you. Now, most of these public sector's platforms, they are being built by outside contractors, the contract companies like software development companies and the rest, to actually do things like that for them, both private sectors and the rest of them too. Now, what would you say regarding when a developer of these platforms injects a backdoor or creates a backdoor or injects a code that actually sends data back to them without the owners of the platform knowing? Now, is this possible? Because my data is there. As much as I'm concerned for myself, I believe the rest of us here are concerned about that too. Now, would you say that such a thing is possible? Now, if it is possible, now what is the measure to prevent that? Please, just 2 minutes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm going to quickly do a short highlight before I go to that question. So, for the benefit of people that have been listening to us, I need to let us know that Nigeria as a country, we have a strategy that covers for cyber security. We have a document that got signed in 2021. The first version of that document is 2014. We got a National Cyber Security Policy and Strategy document. This document aligns 8 pillars that actually speaks to how both the public and the private sector has collaborate to solve some of these issues that I've been talking about here. So if you look at it from that angle, there's this very particular agency of government that is responsible. We have ONSA. In ONSA, we have domiciled the Nigerian SAT. So Computer Emergency Response Team is at ONSA. That's Office of the National Security Advisor. NITDAin itself had a SAT. We call it SAT-NG. Computer Emergency Readiness and Response Team that are meant to kind of coordinate from the end of the government. We have a SAT that is domiciled at NCC, which is also responsible to ensuring that, yes, most of these oversight are being put in place. So coming back to your questions, when you give somebody a project to work on, like you are expected to deliver under a particular NDA. So if you go ahead and you put your backdoor or something, maybe because you have a goal, you have something in mind that you are looking at taking. So I can tell you that for most of these government agencies, before there are processes in place, procurement had their processes, IT had their processes, and when developers are engaged to put 1 or 2 things in place for them, there are always vets that they kind of pass those products through before they put them into
Okay,
use.
so you're saying that it is possible, but there are systems to check that in case it happens.
Yeah, it is possible.
Okay, let me ask you a
Yes,
question. You
system
brought me to something.
Yeah.
Mr. Hamza, now this system is in place to take all of this. Now, in 2011, the NDDC and the NAPEP websites got hacked. In 2012, in 2012, the NAEC got hacked at the National Assembly. 2013, we had the Civil Defense and NECO. 2015, we had the Lagos State Government. 2020, we had the NPF and CBN, although they came out and said it wasn't a hack. And then we had the NBC Twitter account that was hacked. And in 2021, we had the JAM website that was hacked. Now we are in 2023, and in July, the Ogun State Government, their website was hacked. Now, are you saying that these parastatals have been put in place to ensure that these things don't happen? Are you saying they are doing their duties, or are you saying it's an oversight?
So I can say that, yes, most of these things I've mentioned, most of these incidents I've mentioned, so there's what we call defacement. If you put a website online that is supposed to either display certain information for the purpose of the public, and an hacker took advantage of the platform and they put their messages. Most of these instances you are referencing, they are similar, right? That's what you are trying to say. So now, if you put a platform in place, yes, there are policy, you need to have your team. So part of what we are advocating for now is that, yes, for every government agencies, MDAs, and public institutions, you're expected to have your own in-house security team. If you can't have that, you have to kind of engage professionals that can help you. So I can tell you for a fact that most of those incidents that you've references, they happen maybe due to the fact that most of those platforms have been up, and maybe for a long period of time, some assessment have not been conducted on them.
But we have sectors that are meant to handle this assessment, you said.
What do you say?
We have sectors that handle these assessments.
No, those agencies that I mentioned, they are SAT. They are meant to oversee, to guide, to provide advisory, you understand? So you as, let's say, for example, you as an MD of a government agency, you are expected to have your team, your cyber, maybe 2-3 people in the cybersecurity department. You send them out for training. You get them to have a cybersecurity program that covers for all your digital assets. So let's say twice in a year you do your assessment, you put up the report, whatever you find, you kind of fix them. Those are some of the things that you are supposed to be doing. But on the instances of the questions you asked him earlier, which is more of, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Hamza. One last question to...
Let me take that, please.
Okay.
So now, on the instances of advisory, like I think in August, there was this issue with Anonymous Sudan, where some people are like, okay, they are going to start attacking our critical infrastructure. So I can tell you that the SAT that are responsible, they reach out to the MDAs, they put letters to them to ensure that yes, controls are in place, proud to, so there are systems in place that are
So that means you've answered my question to Mr. Bayero that there was a little bit of panic and there was a strategy put in place to combat that. Yes. Okay, my last question to Mr. Bakare. Mr. Bakare, in a very short 1 minute, permit me, or a few seconds.
Let me just put in a final words before we leave here. I always make it a point of mine wherever I go to make people understand that cybersecurity is a practical thing. And when we are talking about the public sector, we are not talking about something ephemeral. The public sector is everyone here. Everyone here that is representing any government agency or parastatal. And the weakest link in every cybersecurity program is the people. A practical example, we are in a conference here. Throughout the entirety of the various sessions, everybody has been putting down their names and their email addresses as means to contact them. And many of those email addresses have your year of birth attached to it. And I can bet it with many of you that your year of birth also serves as the PIN to your ATM cards. Practical cybersecurity. If you are one of those people, this is part of the education and enlightenment my boss here was trying to make us understand. That look, there is nothing else we can do. We can talk, we can strategize, but if we don't educate and sensitize the users, those at the bottom of the food chain, to make them understand the importance of, okay, something as basic as use a secure password. I can tell you as a matter of fact, Nigerian infrastructure is not that, how will I put it, complicated to break into. It is the simple things as using a common password. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Admin, your year and your surname. That is what most of these hackers used to break into our various databases. And it is for us to take back to our various places of work now and put it to our superiors that, sir, I think it's important that we educate every user in this organization that we should start being cyber safe and cyber secure in everything we do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bakare.
Just a second, in alignment with what he has just said. Please don't leave the cyber security, architecture of your organization to because that's what what happened in most organizations, to the Department of Computer Science or Department of or unit. Ensure that from bottom up and then the levels on all levels, that they have that cautiousness, of what it can cost the organization for lack of information or the deliberate, inaction by most of the directors, or if you like, those who uses computers. And we are in an age where everyone brings his or our own device to work for the organizations. So I think cybersecurity issues should not be the issue left to those within just the confines of the unit. We call it the computer science unit. It is everybody's responsibility.
Thank you, Mr. Bayero, for that. Thank you for that. I had one last question, but my time is up. But be it as it may, let me just throw my question out. Thank you. 30 seconds.
Oh, no.
30 seconds. All right.
So
now, this
sorry.
question is actually out of the public sector. It's going to concern each and every one of us that have websites out there. Now, Mr. Hamza, this question is for you. Now, for those persons...
I will have to. I'm so sorry. I will have to interrupt you.
All right, no problem.
We gave you 30 seconds. I know it's a really interesting topic, but it has to come to an end.
All right. We would like to take
Please, a
questions
round
from
of
the
applause for
audience.
them.
We would like to take questions from the audience. No questions? No questions. All right. Thank you very much.
Please, another round of applause for them as they take their group photographs. The topic is a very interesting one. That's why they didn't want to leave. They wanted to keep giving us all the information we need. I mean, it's on cybersecurity. It's a very fascinating topic. I just want to thank the moderator, thank the speakers for educating us today. Thank you. Please, another round of applause for them. Okay, so we have another fireside chat session on leveraging technologies to enhance public service and drive digital transformation in Nigeria. I would like us to please give a round of applause for our moderator as she joins us on the stage, Dr. Amina Sambo Magaji. Please, I want a bigger round of applause. Thank you. So the speaker for today is Barrister Sodangi. He is representing the Honorable Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy. Yes, so I'd like to invite Barrister Sodangi. Again, he's representing the Honorable Minister of Communications, Innovations and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosun Tijani. Please, a round of applause for him. He's right here. So I'd like to hand over to Dr. Amina for this session, this 20-minute session. Thank you.
Are you very conversant with male seats? Good afternoon, everyone. Please permit us to stand on all existing protocol. It's an honor and privilege to have you here with us, representing our Honorable Minister of Communication, Innovation and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosun Tijani. He's ably represented by Barrister Kasim Sodangi, his technical assistant advisor on policy matters. You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Today's topic is on leveraging technology to enhance public service and drive digital transformation in Nigeria. Nigeria's journey towards digital transformation started around 2019 with the renaming of the ministry and the release of the NDEPS document, the Nigerian Digital Economy Policy and Strategy, and a lot has been achieved over the years. With this current administration's renewed agenda, it has also skyrocketed the concept of digital transformation. We have seen the Honorable Minister take this to the next level, and within his few weeks in office, we have seen a lot of initiatives and policies on ground, starting from the strategic document of the ministry to the 3MTT, 3 Million Tech Talent Initiative, and the National AI Grant. So we're seeing the next level happening live in a matter of just a few days. So we would really like to, we're really happy to have this fireside chat to really understand more insights into how we can fully leverage on technology to fully have a digital transformation in Nigeria. So as an opener, we know that technology is not just about a sector. Technology is an enabler. So how do you see us making technology not just as a ministry, but to cut across all government in all tiers?
Thank you very much, Dr. Sambo, for the opportunity to speak with you today and to be part of the conversations in digital Nigeria. And again, the honor, just the rare honor to represent the very erudite minister who, in his opening days, has approached the conversation, the engagement, his purpose, with a theoretical background of how he sees the role of technology in building out, developing, catalyzing digital technology and its role. In his view, gone are those days where technology is viewed as some support function, some tech support, you need to have a password for your computer or your LAN cable isn't working. It is, tech is integral to how we develop a society, how we do everything. In his blueprint, he starts with a theoretical framework where he discusses, the Cobb-Douglas function. He talks about this, all the time. And it's basically a theory that outlines a perspective that for a country to advance technologically, there has to be a disruption of technology with the normal inputs, land, labor, capacity, and so on in economics. He believes that where we've seen a lot of stagnation in a lot of sectors in Nigeria is because technology and digital technology has not been applied and the lessons used to disrupt, whether it's agriculture, healthcare, education. So for him, and I agree with him, even though I work with him, but I think he's absolutely spot on, that what is required is that technology needs to be inserted in all those verticals to understand the components. Instead of simply adding capital, human resources, and so on, technology will provide the insights, data. Digital technology will provide the insights, the data, the perspectives, so that we can make changes and sort of improve, whether it's yield in agriculture or efficient healthcare, or even efficient delivery of services or even trade. So that sort of forms the basis for his blueprint. So to agree with the proposition is to say that the minister agrees and aligns and is committed to inserting technology across all functions instead of a standalone, some standalone function, but that it permeates every aspect and part of the economy. So that's his focal, his drive.
Thank you for that. How would you say the government can further encourage innovation and collaboration between public and private sector to actually drive technological advancement in the public service delivery?
So what needs to happen is, the government is very big on frameworks, even though sometimes we just put them in coolers after we've developed them. But again, they are not useless endeavors.
Correct.
You will need to define within the context of laws, within the context of the operations of the public service, and agree how technology will drive the delivery of government. Fortunately, our laws are not silent. Section 6C of the NITDAin Act, to be precise, provides the bedrock for how, in fact, section, I think it's A to C of section, is it 7 or 6?
I think it's 6.
6 provides, all the frameworks, the foundational levels of the way frameworks to define the interventions or the interface between the private sector and government to be able to digitize government and deliver the services, of government. So first is on building out those frameworks carefully, thoughtfully, determining what needs to be done as the basis, as the bedrock, and then defining the areas. So for the minister speaking for him, he has articulated this in his last white paper, where he has said, look, there's been tons of work that has gone in and resources and budgets in building out several things within government. He's mentioned efforts like it's not purely government, but it's supported by the central bank, the Nigerian interbank settlement system, the national identity number verification platform, the remitter platform, and a host of other smart city initiatives and so on, that all have involved, some kind of collaboration between the private and public sector to build out a stack, quote unquote, so that there's this participation to build out, services, government digital services. But in his articulation, he's of the firm view that these services need to be brought together under one umbrella, and DPI, Digital Public Infrastructure, provides that basis to integrate these stacks as components of one framework, so that there's interoperability, there's data exchange, there is that flow, and then that ability for innovators to interface and build out products and services. So I'll say practically and primarily, these frameworks need to be developed carefully and thoughtfully. And then, you know, like the minister has outlined, a digital public infrastructure approach allows us to unify and begin to enhance the use of data for insights, for governance, and the type of structures that are required to build out a capable, efficient, you know, public service and government delivery digital services, you know, platform. So I think we're all well on the way, and DPI I think is the way to go.
Okay, thank you. Speaking about his most recent white paper, in that paper he mentioned two approaches for DPI, the centralized and distributed.
Yes.
What are his thoughts on the best approach to implement for Nigeria between these two?
Oh, I think he anchors on centralized. Centralized doesn't mean rigid, you know, fast. I mean, what is this term? Forgive me, I'm not a technologist. You know, they don't teach these things in law school, but I'll try. You know, he understands that there are modular approaches that mean that these things can be built on common standards, common principles, interoperability, that they are unified in how they operate, but can be built independently. So you can say that it's a mixed approach, but essentially it's really centralized, so that everyone takes, you know, the standards from a common source. Typically, an agency like NITDAin will define what these parameters are by their enabling law, by either subsidiary legislation or other sort of frameworks or guidelines, and then other components build or tweak to ensure that those minimums are met, and therefore you have this common platform. But clearly the minister anchors on a centralized platform. It doesn't mean that there are no systems that are built independently, but they have to be anchored and moored on the central platform. That means you can pull information, and then you can avoid duplicative or repetitive work that exists. We're seeing a lot of waste today because there's sort of multiplicity of projects and project ideas that exist in other sort of pockets within government. So that's where he drops anchor.
Awesome, thank you for that. Looping back to the conversation around policies. We know enabling policies and regulations are key to a successful digital transformation. So what existing regulatory instruments do you think we need to be more deliberate in its implementation? Or what policies do you think we need to pick on that you see that they are not already existing within our nation?
So I would not say that a number of these policies do not exist. I think that, again, I think pillar 2 of the minister's blueprint is the policy pillar, where he talks about some existing policies, some legislative, some draft legislations that in some cases already exist or need to be rejigged. The broadband plan, for instance, it will be reviewed. It's critical for whatever we do. Without broadband, we shouldn't be having all these conversations. He also speaks about the AI strategy. We need to build our capacity so that our data, our information is representative, you know, within the conversations on AI as we build out whether large language models or whatever it is that is being built around AI. We need to do more in terms of researching and building out our capabilities and training data sets with our information so that we can take care of bias, misrepresentation, and so on. There is also the a DPI, the National DPI Policy and Strategy, which has to be built out. Like I said, there are pockets of things going on, but it's important that we have this unified approach towards building out a digital public infrastructure that would help deliver government digital services for Nigerians in an efficient and cost-effective manner. There's also the Digital Economy Bill championed by NITDAin. It tries to answer a lot of questions around electronic transactions. It also deals with e-government and aspects of, you know, what you may call replacing paper transactions with digital transactions, including the use of digital platforms in government. It also has other components like digital signatures, PKI, you know, and so on. It deals with that in a more granular way than the Evidence Act or the Cyber Crimes Act and so on. So I mean, these are some of the National Digital Literacy Policy. So these are some of the, I should have started with that. These are some of the policies that the minister believes they are focal. Other things are important, but he thinks that out of the gate, these are the things that we should promote and support so that we can, all ships can rise with the same tide.
Thank you very much for that. Quickly, so we can make effective use of our time, I would really like to hear a little bit more about e-governance and digital platforms. We know these are paradigms that can reduce corruption and bureaucracy in any government. So how can Nigeria use technology to enhance transparency and efficiency in public administration?
First, like I said a while ago, DPI is first, I think, primarily what we need to build. We need to be deliberate about. Because what it will mean is some of the effort already put in by agencies of government, including NITDAin, in ensuring we curb waste in procurement will be clearly reflective, and we will see it when we start operating a DPI-like model. When projects are duplicative, it will show up. We would understand it. We'll be able to pull data across platforms, no need to replicate. So first of all, cost-cutting measures means that we need to architect and design how public service delivery will first be offered, right? DPI gives us that opportunity to do that. There are aspects of the laws that we need to tweak because, I mean, there are aspects where there's either confusion or there's lack of clarity, whether I need to thumbprint, financial records, or do I need to print out what is required for the purpose of let's say, petty cash. So there's need for some clarification that can happen at the level of laws. But clearly what we need primarily is design a system that is integral to a framework with clear responsibilities that will mean when you're doing the enterprise architect, or you're doing the architecture of the public service, it takes into cognizance assets and capabilities that exist, and then you can avoid duplication, and then avoid some of those ballooning budgets. And then you can begin to have standards, shared service. You can have shared services. You can have common and universal licenses, and things like that. And then have a Nigeria cloud that takes into account the national cloud policy so that we can then harness, all the resources, and we will then begin to cut waste and build efficient, nimble, service that will serve. I mean, there are other elements like design, the softer side, just understanding, the interaction with these things. So there are all those, but foundationally, DPI affords us that opportunity if we design it properly.
Thank you so much. We cannot speak about leveraging technology for digital transformation without speaking about digital literacy.
Absolutely.
Nigeria is a diverse country. We're large. We have a big population. We have urban, we have regional, we have all the diversity that can exist in one country. So how do we ensure a digital literate Nigeria so that the average citizen can benefit from this digital transformation?
So
So just to add a little bit, like you mentioned earlier, we already have frameworks and guidelines towards this digital literacy. For example, we have the Nigerian Digital Literacy Framework and a host of other things. For example, even the IT talent concepts that are going around in the country, they are all targeted towards building skills, talent, and literacy. So how are we going to ensure that the non-English speaking person is going to be digital literate? How are we going to reach out to the rural and the urban areas? How are we going to reach out to disabled within the target of our 70% in the next 4 years? Yeah.
It's a very important question, but I'll start from how the minister perceives these things. He always wants us to distinguish between technical talents, which is focal for him, and then digital literacy. Both are very important. And addresses, there's some confluence, but addresses slightly different demographics in some cases. The digital natives, as we talk about them, coming and intuitively are able to learn because of how digital platforms are designed. but it's not enough, right? Especially if you have these gap, there's a literacy question in the first place, but then you have all this generation of people who themselves do not find these things do not come naturally to them and understanding, you know. So there needs to be a deliberate plan in terms of either certifying people, training people, or even being able to build products in the languages, or with more audio visual, for instance, so that people, and in languages that are common, people understand them. Another thing, I'm also conscious of time. Another thing is, yes, another thing is that the challenge is on the technology ecosystem and government to design services that allow people to understand in multiple languages. We should not only have digital services in English alone for government. We must look at the other languages and perform and build things for other Nigerians.
Thank you so much. As we round up our 1 minute, I love the concept of envisioning. I would like you to end up with the concept of envisioning what a digitally transformed Nigeria would be in the next 4 years. I wish this was directed to the Honorable Minister.
Yes, I will.
But then you have the privilege to
I'm incapable
answer
to do
this.
it for him, but I will try.
Yeah.
I think that the vision is to substantially, by 90%, have a digital literate country of persons who can use digital services with little assistance, to have a pool of digital talents, technical talents, who are providing capacity not only to Nigeria, but to the world as they japa, we build more, you know, and to build government digital services that are seamless on simple credentials, safe data exchange, and simple authentications, right, based on the stacks that we have. I mean, this is where I'll stop. It's very difficult to speak for the minister, but I've done my
You
own
did
thing.
an excellent job. Thank you so much, Barrister Sudengi. It's always an honor and privilege to have conversations with you. My conversations with you never end. We just put a full pause to continue. So please help me in giving Barrister Sudengi a round of applause on behalf of the Honorable Minister of Federal Ministry of Communication, Innovation and Digital Economy. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you.
Please, a round of applause for them. They're one of my time-conscious speakers. Thank you very much. So our next session is by Arzish Azam, the CEO of Ejad Labs. He will be speaking on talent ecosystem opportunities for Nigeria and Pakistan collaboration. He would like his video to be played before he joins us on stage because it's a 6-minute video. So please, could you start his video before he joins us on stage, please? Thank you.
Future Fest is amazing. We see a lot of companies, a diverse type of audience, a very interesting conversation we had and meetings we had also with many companies. This is a very huge opportunity to connect founders, startups, VCs, investors here in Pakistan with other companies and other startups of the region.
and there's a big opportunity even for other companies, around 20 companies from Saudi Arabia here to find opportunities and hire talents here in the region. We already start our come to the Pakistan since 1 year and a half. Now in Pakistan we have around 60 engineers, software engineer, computer science, and I think this is one step forwards to make Pakistan a technology hub for the region.
Fest has been very amazing. We met so many companies, startup, local ecosystem players, being able to understand how we can soft land our company here in Pakistan. The opportunity is massive. We see that there's a huge population, very young population, very tech savvy, who is really interested, inshallah, into learning on how we build our life insurance and takaful insurance that we're building, and also adapting to the type of product we want to launch in the region.
This is the first time myself and the team visit Pakistan, Lahore. It's been a wonderful experience in the last 72 hours. We've met hundreds of people. Literally, the booth wouldn't, calm down. We've learned a lot about the Pakistani ecosystem. We've also learned a lot about the edtech and the verticals and, the industry that we are in, private tutoring. And, this marked a great validations for us that we should be visiting Pakistan again. So we just want to take the chance to thank FutureFest for this opportunity, our partners at DCO as well, of course, and all the people that have worked on organizing this absolutely fruitful event. And we definitely want to thank the generosity that the Pakistani people have. They've been so welcoming over the last 3 days, and we've been extremely pleased to be here in Pakistan, Lahore.
Our first time visit to Pakistan. I'm so excited. I'm super happy dealing with Pakistani people. We know them in Saudi Arabia. We have a lot of them there in Saudi Arabia. But there is the first time we are living the culture of Pakistan and we figured out that there is a great history going back to 400, 500 years ago. I visited a lot of locations. We tried the traditional Pakistani food there. Super delicious, guys. You have to try it. So we are here to explore the opportunity of convincing the retailers, manufacturers, and e-commerce business to expand their business also to Saudi Arabia through Salasa.
Pleasure for us as a Hala company, a Saudi fintech, to be present with you here. This is our 4th day in Pakistan. We're enjoying our time here. The organization and the management of the event is awesome. They facilitated our life perfectly. And Pakistan is awesome. This is our first visit here. The food is nice, people are nice, so we're enjoying our time here, and we're coming back tomorrow, and definitely we'll be visiting very soon as well. Next year, hopefully as well, we'll be part of FutureFest.
Hello. So I will not take more of your time. I just really wanted to show you what we do in Pakistan because it's really important for why we're here. So my name is Arzesh. I run Future Fest, which is the largest tech event in Pakistan. We host more than 50,000 people every year. And it took us kind of like 6 years to come to this point. I'm here as one of Jimmy's friends. I think that's a better introduction for Nigeria. Jimmy's like a star here and a big enabler for us in Pakistan and here in Nigeria. The Nigerian ambassador in Pakistan, we've been talking for the past 1.5 years. He's really wanted us to visit and explore how we can collaborate, right? And I'm glad that I made it here. Yesterday I got the opportunity to go out, meet a bunch of companies, meet a bunch of people, and I feel the entrepreneurial energy, the drive that is here is amazing, right? And like there was this speaker on day one that talked a lot about how we need to make the most of the talent opportunity that our countries offer. I will just add on that talent is everywhere, especially when you go out on the streets of Abuja, you see people all over the place. So it's a lot of people. It's the same in Pakistan, right? But the question is, what do we make of it? Now we have internet, we have technologies, we have enablers like NITDAin and the government trying to do a lot of things to facilitate this population. But the opportunity is really to kind of build from Nigeria, build from Pakistan, but build for the world. We need to solve the world's problem. We need to get more foreign exchange in our countries for better livelihood, not just for ourselves, but the economic prosperity of our countries. I believe there's been always a Nigeria-Pakistan brotherhood when you talk about culture or other sorts of support that our governments have enjoyed since the formation of both countries. We really want to extend this support in the realm of technology and innovation and startups. We hope that one day we will come here and maybe attend a much bigger event. But the energy in this room since the past 3 days have been amazing. The way you listen to all the talks and engage with all the speakers, it's an inspiration for us as well. We want to extend you a warm welcome to Pakistan. We tried to bring a lot of entrepreneurs this year. For whatever reason, we were not able to do it a lot, but there are 2 of us here. My dear friend Adil Javed, who's sitting there, runs one of the largest IT skills institute in the country. They have trained more than 150,000 people in the past 10 years in trainings like Cisco and Huawei and all these other certifications, more than 40 international certifications. And their program is also available online and available for the community and the youth of this country. And similarly, all the other initiatives, the work that we've done, the companies that we bring to Pakistan to benefit our youth, we want to extend that to our brothers and sisters in Nigeria. We are 2 here, but we'd love to welcome you all, whether that is 2 or 20 or 20,000. Pakistan welcomes you all. Referencing to Jimmy Win, who brought us all together, I believe the only way to win is to win together. And our purpose here today is to collaborate and get together for the cause of digital prosperity, innovation, startups, and join our efforts to win the world together. With this, thank you all, and looking forward to host you in Pakistan.
The Director General, National Information Technology Development Agency, NITDA, the host DG, our speakers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you. I think it is noteworthy that Day 3 of the Digital Nigeria Conference 2023 is still filled to capacity, just like the first day. May we take a moment to appreciate the DG, the organizers, and ourselves for turning up. May I, at this juncture, invite the Alliance Blockchain Group, who have a little message for us. Please, may we welcome them to the stage.
Good morning. Good morning, Nigerians. Please permit me to align myself on the existing protocol. Let me start by appreciating the federal government of Nigeria, starting from the office of the DG NITDA, all the steering committees. My name is David Koshe. I am a graduate of the Federal Government Blockchain Technology Scholarship. I want to appreciate the federal government for this gesture, the opportunity that we had to study blockchain scholarship. Let me also use this opportunity to thank Dominion Blockchain Solution for the training. Before I forget, let me also thank Mr. Ibrahim Jega for all the mentorship. We are here today to show appreciation to NITDA and also to the federal government and all the steering committees that were part of the federal government blockchain scholarship. Today we are here not just as students anymore, but as blockchain technologists. We are here with the opportunity that the federal government has given us. We have been able to bring out a solution, a fintech solution, which will solve local payment solutions in Nigeria. Let me invite Mr. Ochai Julius to give a brief overview of this solution.
Thank you very much. Standing on existing protocol, my name is Julius Ochai. We are here today with a technology called LemoPay. Now, LemoPay is a go-to for individuals and businesses who want to transcend their revenue generation and accumulation. So what we do, we are leading the biggest movement of Web 2 users to Web 3 interface. And our solution is a multi-chain solution that allows a better use case for the e-in era, which is one of the platforms the federal government has allowed us to operate on blockchain easily. So we are giving good use cases to the e-in era. You're going to be seeing that soon coming on the airways. You're going to be able to pay recharge card bills with your e-in era and so many other things from LemoPay. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We have a very small presentation that I want to give the DG. And I want to say something here very importantly. We the opportunity, this platform that was created for the young, vibrant youth of Nigeria to be entrepreneur, we want to extend our appreciation to the DG for everything he has done. God bless you. You make heaven in the mighty name of Jesus. Please, can we put our hands together for him, please? So we are going to give him a very token from blockchain technology, please.
Please, if we have the opportunity, we would like to invite the DG so we can offer our appreciation. Thank you.
Please, may we give a round of applause to the youths for appreciating what the DG of NITDAin is doing. Thank you very much. May I, at this juncture, call on the President, Nigeria Esport Federation, Mr. Agbo Clinton, for his brief remarks. Mr. Clinton, please let's welcome Mr. Clinton to the stage.
All protocol duly observed. Our dear DG, we want to thank you very much for this opportunity. On behalf of the Nigerian Esport Federation, I sincerely want to say a big thank you that finally we have a platform, finally we have a government that is taking us to the next level. The Esport Federation, as I speak to you currently, we are participating in the eFIBA, and which is going on right on now. 2 months ago, I was in Saudi Arabia, and we had the privilege of having one-on-one with the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, and we presented to him the Nigerian jersey as he gets set to host the first eSport World Cup Championship in Saudi Arabia. Africans as a whole look up to Nigeria, and we cannot let Africans down. And that is why when opportunity like this comes, we put in all our best. And so I'm assuring you that eSport has come to stay. In the past, our parents used to flog us because of football. But today, our parents are buying football for us. I strongly believe that tomorrow, eSport will be a household name in the world. For all of us in this hall, if Mr. DG asks us now to stand up, those of us that play eSport, we will be 90%. In the past, we play for leisure. In the past, we play for leisure, but today we play PS leisure while you make money. So if you find yourself in football, in combat game, in any game you want to play, please go ahead and do it, because digitalization has come to stay, and the Nigerian Esport Federation will ensure that those who are gamers in the country have the best of time. Thank you very much, DG. Thank you for all of you for giving us this privilege, and please find time to join the Nigerian Esport Federation, which is the platform driving gamers to the next level. It is not only gaming, we are doing encoding, we are doing a lot of activities in the esport. I need to say a very big thank you. Thank you all, and have a nice stay in Abuja.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clinton. May I, in the same respectful vein, extend an invitation to Dr. Stanley Adule Okolie. Dr. Stanley is Associate Dean of School of Information and Communications Technology, Federal University of Technology, Owerri. Dr. Stanley. Dr. Stanley, if you're still there, please. Okay. Dr. Stanley may join us later, but as it is, I'd like to call on the next panel, the next group of panelists, to come to the main stage for the next session. The title of the next session is Legal Frameworks Governing Public Service Enhancement, and the moderator for this session is Veronica Pana. Veronica Pana is co-founder, Wilge Nigeria Initiative. Veronica Pana, please can you come to the stage? May we welcome Ms. Pana to the stage, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Are we tired? You're welcome. May I also call on Kasim Sodengi again. Kasim Sodengi is Technical Advisor to Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy. Mr. Kasim Sodengi. And the last speaker for this session is Dr. Rislan. The last speaker for this session is Mr. Naufal Ahmed. Mr. Naufal Ahmed is DG CAT ICD. You are most welcome, sir. Please, let's welcome our speakers to the stage as they join us. Thank you very much.
Hello? Okay. I think we'll start on before Mr. Sondegi joins us. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure being here. I'm sure that you've been enjoying the session so far. My name is Veronica Pana-Igube, and I'll be moderating the session for today. So I'd like to start on a lighter note. So who knows why a public worker would come to the office with a ladder? Well, I'll go ahead and answer it so I don't delay you. Because the legal framework is a bit of a climb, and that's why we're having the conversation today, where we're going to be discussing about the legal frameworks governing public service enhancement. And today, I'm going to introduce we have Mr. Naufal Ahmed, and he's the Casina Directorate. He works with the Casina Directorate of Technology. Casina? Casina yes. Directorate of, pardon me. We'll go ahead and start. The Nigerian government over the years has invested a lot of money in ensuring that it ensures that public service is enhanced and it delivers good services to the Nigerian people. And it has made several strides. Thank you. Welcome, sir. Please give a round of applause for Mr. Kashim Sodengi. He was here earlier. Thank you very much for joining us. I was stating earlier that the Nigerian government over the years had made various strides to ensure that it advances its government services that it provides to citizens. And through that, today we're going to be focusing on the laws. How effective are the laws that govern these services, and how has our government worked to ensure that it protects service delivery? I would like to start with you, Mr. Sodengi. So, in discussing about the legal frameworks, we want to talk about what are the current existing legal frameworks that currently exist in Nigeria, highlighting the key ones and just stating what they have done and the changes they have made in Nigeria.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, and apologies, I was networking, as they call it. So, of course, the foundational sort of source where our public service defines or gets its powers to operate will be the Constitution of Nigeria. The 1999 as amended Constitution of Nigeria provides for the Nigerian civil service and provides some of the ground rules for the basic outlook of how our civil service will operate. But pursuant to these are several rules issued by mostly the head of service, some circulars of the SGF, and the civil service rules, the financial reporting rules, and so on. There are a number of them that provide the framework. They are mostly operating as regulations that guide records, procedure, personnel, filing, and so on. So these rules, these multiple rules, these several rules are the body, the purpose of, if you like, foundational legal elements that define how the public sector is set up, how it operates, and even how as simple things as minuting is done. So, and there are a couple of them, There are other laws like the later laws like the Freedom of Information Act. They have their place. The Code of Conduct Bureau, the Act, also provides minimum some stipulations on public servants and you know their personal life and their affairs, you know, and so on. And of course, like the Constitution that again defines what a public servant can do and cannot do. So these are if you like, the worlds of what defines, you know, what public sector rules are. Yeah.
Thank you very much for enlightening us on the existing legal frameworks. Mr. Ahmed, I'll go to you. I'd like to say, Mr. Sodengi has elaborated some of the existing legal frameworks. So we'd like to hear from you, like, what are the challenges that you feel are presently, or the gaps that exist in our legal framework at the moment, and how do you think that the government can address that to ensure that it enhances its public service delivery?
Well, thank you very much for having me. I would like to start by appreciating the effort that has been put by NITDAin and the ministry over the years as public service evolves, especially with the advent of technology. When I first got into my role as the Director General for the Katsina State Directorate of Information and Communications Technology, some of the challenges I thought I would be facing is having to come up with some of these frameworks from scratch. Little did I know that NITDAin has done most of the legwork. So ours was to just, you know, download these documents and see what is working for us and adopt it. So we're not starting from zero now, are we? So as much as sometimes we like to sit around and think that not much has been done in trying to, you know, advance or innovate in the civil service, if we are curious enough, we would see that so much work has been done. It's only for us to take it up and run with it. You talked about challenges. Of course, there are a lot of challenges whenever you want to innovate, whenever you want to change something. But I think the solution to it, because I'm a problem solver, the solution to it would be to look, these are challenges, what innovative ways can I follow to ensure that we solve these problems? And I think where most change makers get it wrong is thinking that it's just going to go smoothly. It doesn't. As much as you have a strategy for bringing innovation and change into it, you have to, on the other hand, have a plan for change management. You know, and I think this is the aspect that we sometimes ignore. Of course, people are used to, you know, doing things a certain way for such a long time, and some of these people that are in the civil service are older than you are. Talk more of, you know, so you have to have a strategy for change management. A lot of people are going to be resistant to it, but I think the idea is that you get to convince them, okay, these things are meant to help you. They're meant to make your work easier. You get to do it faster. You get to do it more efficiently. I've seen this play out as we, as the government, you know, started trying to bring you know, digital transformation into play. So we've seen a lot of the challenges that we faced, but we got to understand that it was more fueled by fear. You know, people fearing to lose their control and their jobs sometimes. So because we had we still do actually have a robust strategy for managing that change and for you know, advocating instead of just enforcing. I think we're beginning to see some level of acceptance.
Interesting that you point that out, because a lot of times people are scared of technology development.
They actually are.
The government, in adopting technology development, is really trying to enhance service delivery. I'm a lawyer, and the Corporate Affairs Commission did a really great transformation by ensuring that registration of companies and post-registration are done smoothly by adopting technology. But then with that, you also have a setback, but I know that a lot of lawyers are smiling now because it's so easy to register companies, and it's especially for small businesses, it's seamless. And like you said, adopting technologies for frameworks around changing people's change management to get people to, you know, embrace,
advocate instead of trying to just enforce.
Yeah, and adopt changes. Yes. Thank you very much for that. So over to you, Mr. Sodengi. He has stated some of the challenges and some of the solutions that the government has adopted. I would like to hear from you. So in addressing these challenges, what new legal frameworks? Earlier in your discussion, you spoke about the digital public infrastructure and how the government is trying to create a seamless working. And you spoke a little bit about the legal frameworks that need to be changed. So I would like to see if you could just expatiate on some of the legal frameworks that would need to be changed in order to ensure enhancement of service delivery.
Thank you for that question. I might run into trouble a bit, but I would beg the powers that be to forgive me in the spirit of dialogue. So I remember when I used to work fully, I now work again in the public sector. And there were 3 books I know that I had to read for promotion exams. Guide to Administrative Procedure of the Civil Service, Financial Records, and the Civil Service Handbook. For most parts, I think we need to put those books in the annals of history, right? I think that at the time they were written and designed, they were written for a system of a bygone era. And for instance, they provide minimums like a public servant's file must be in 3 different organizations. There needs to be one at head of service, if I remember, one at the Public Service Commission, and I passed those exams, but I can't remember the details. But I know that while they set out with good intentions, and a number of the ideas were done so that there's this trail in record keeping, and then you have this surefire records of things that happen in government. Accountability is so critical. But I think that the world has changed, things have happened, and we need to review these books with the lenses of the technology and processes that the best practices as used globally. I think that there's some of our colonial heritage that we have still maintained, in thinking about our public service. So in the first instance, I say, I wonder openly that some technology services within government as used today, if you contrast them with some of these books I've mentioned, they may be illegal even, but we use them regardless. But the good side is that I think everyone recognizes that the world has moved, the processes have changed, and that technology-driven platforms with the necessary data protection, data security, cyber security frameworks, and some of them in the previous sessions, are critical in redesigning and retooling our public service. I would add to say that NITDA has issued a ton of regulation that are necessary: interoperability, record keeping, and so on and so forth. But I think that there's need for concerted efforts at enforcement, and then being able to socialize and educate this. I know that a lot is going on. There's the center in Kubwa, in the Public Service Commission, that has been taking time to train people. But I think that it's important that, like he mentioned, change management, that some more deliberate, concerted effort at national level is done. I do feel that there's also an opportunity to pass certain laws for digital services in government and records. I'm aware that NITDA is promoting a digital economy bill. It's sort of an omnibus bill that has different components that include government records, the substitution or the use of digital services instead of paper methods. It also incorporates different types of design. Let me mention quickly, because you now have Form A4 for petty cash, it doesn't mean you should then do Form A4 digitally. That's not digitalization, that's just digitizing, So there's a whole process design that needs to happen, again championed by organizations like NITDA, the ministry, and Galaxy. What we need is, I believe that when that law comes on stream, it will provide additional foundational sort of bedrocks so that the government can move a bit faster. There are public servants that will tell you, I can't interact with emails. It's not a formal way of giving approvals. And they're right. Because in their handbook, it is there, Others go ahead and do it. But don't ask who is in the right. They may be. So therefore, I think that there's also room, change management, advocacy, communication, but there's also room for laws and for frameworks that will mandate certain things just need to move. There are people who will need to drag kicking and screaming.
Yep.
You know, we would have to do it if we really need to move forward.
Really interesting. I look forward to the digital economy bill coming into force and, you know, just going into the public hearings and engaging and learning more about the bill and seeing the transformation and enhancements that the bill would bring to public service delivery. It's good that the government works with public sector and, you know, collaboration is very, very key in achieving its goals. So, Mr. Ahmed, I would like to hear from you how your government and how you are working to push for collaboration with the government and the public sector, and how you feel that the legal framework can enhance this collaboration and partnership.
Okay. So part of what I wanted to add regarding all of these frameworks that are being rolled out by NITDAin is that we need to start moving from having these frameworks sitting somewhere online into translating them into policies and, you know, sometimes even enforcing them on the subnationals, because in the end it's not just about, you know, putting these frameworks online or making them available. It's about our ability to drive the adoption of these frameworks. That's one. As for the question you asked regarding what we are doing in Katsina to sort of bring you know, the collaboration spirit between the public and private sector, is one of the key things that we did when we got into office, is say that we recognize the significance of these 3, if not 4, important stakeholders. We do understand the significance of the government as an enabler that puts in place all of the policy that should guide or regulate you know, how the ecosystem should operate. We also understand the role of the academia as an incubator of talent. You know, we also understand the significance of the ecosystem as a playing ground for all of this. So we launched an initiative we call the Digital Bridge, which seeks to do just that, which is bring you know, the government, you know, the academia, and the ecosystem, and at the same time some of the you know, development partners on the same platform to discuss what the plan is for the state, how we can help each other achieve our goals. And that partnership is going very well. I was only speaking to the DG just minutes ago, how we are taking ownership of all of the, or some of the national you know, programs being rolled out by the ministry, by NITDAin, trying to localize or give a local approach to promoting them and getting more people to key into that. So we're very big on partnerships, and we sincerely believe that's the only way to drive this progress. So we're very keen on that, and we're also seeing that play out even at the national levels.
Thank you very much. It's really interesting to hear how your government and how you as a DG of the organization is trying to enhance public service delivery with collaboration. And we have a few minutes, so I would like to see if there's anyone in the audience who has like a question to ask. Is there? Okay. I think that you're all getting the message and everyone is learning today, so thank you. So in order to bring this session to a close, I would like to just ask our panelists to just give us one last word. I would like to ask one question, and then you could add that. So we live in it, I mean, technology is changing everything, AI and the adoption of technology. And inclusion is very, very, very key. So I want to know what the government is going to do with legislation to ensure that there's inclusivity. And then also we have issues of bias, ethnic bias. How are we going to show that the technologies that we're adopting is not biased? So what legal frameworks and what methods or strategies is the government playing in that role?
Do you want to go first? This is an issue that I'm very big on, seriously, because, I mean, as we continue as a country to embrace digital tools for delivering government services, we're, even if unintentionally, leaving out a majority of the population. Most of these programs that are rolled out by the federal government now requires you'd agree with me, Mr. Sodangi, to register online, and including the recent promise by the government to give some sort of support to people regarding removal of the fuel subsidy. You have a significant chunk of the population that are living in rural areas that are either unbanked or underbanked, and don't even have the national identity numbers and so many other things. So as we continue to try and embrace these digital tools, let's also remember the rural areas that are not even connected to the internet. They are not connected by grid. How do we then have a balance of saying we want to drive the adoption of these digital tools, but at the same time, bring in creative ways of ensuring all of these people in rural areas have the tools needed to connect or to be part of this digital transformation. This is very, very important, and I believe, since we are sitting with representatives of the ministry and the NITDAin, which is also the powerhouse of some of these policies, would begin or even continue to look at how we can bring these people into the plan, and how to ensure that instead of using technology as an enabler and as a tool for inclusion, we're not excluding a significant part of our population who are more often than not more vulnerable than the people that we have in the urban areas. Thank you.
So, I mean, we're out of time, but I'll say, taking off from where the DG stopped, I'll say technology gives us the ability to do much more than we are doing in terms of incorporating those who are either not digitally literate and even using audiovisual platforms to help them use technology better. So I think that, on that level, one end of the spectrum, we need to do more in bridging the digital divide. I know these days a cliche, but there's so much we can do. I don't think we're building enough applications and incentivizing that activity enough. We can do more. But on the other end, I'll tell a short story in one line. Some AI application was trying to get generative AI to produce a picture of an African doctor treating a European child. And it just couldn't figure it out. It eventually produced a zebra, What it says to you is that there are real bias and we're being excluded. And we need to be deliberate. Nobody solves problems for you. I know it's easy to say, neocolonialism again, but through the back door, capitalism. A society has to be deliberate, and I think that's what the minister is working on. We need to build out our story with our own data, so that models can find representations and we can be representative in machine learning platforms, and can produce at least near accurate and check for biases. Because again, when people build out, there's that story about a platform that built out AI model for those who are defaulting on certain debts. It's sort of indexed on certain types of handwriting, which was a common slant among black people, right? So you can see how it can easily go south. The point being that we need to be deliberate in building out models that represent us on one level, and then we need to actively have frameworks, not depending on the niceness of global platforms, but putting out rules that say you need to check for biases, and this is how, right? So these things are not things that you wish they do for you. They are things that we need to determine and ensure that we're protected, and these biases do not harm us and represent us someday all as zebras instead of as humans.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, everyone, for joining us for this session and listening. Please help me appreciate our panelists. They have been really amazing, sharing their wealth of knowledge with us. Thank you very much, Mr. Sodengi. Thank you very much, Mr. Ahmed. Thank you. We appreciate. So please feel free to engage with them and have dialogues with them during. If you see them around, I'm sure they'll be ready to share more knowledge with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The microphone, okay. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce the final panel for Digital Nigeria Conference 2023 to discuss the subject, Building a Digital Nation. To moderate this panel is Zuma Yahaya. Zuma Yahaya, please can you find your way to the stage? Please may we welcome Ms. Yahaya to the stage. Speaking at this session are Iyolua Aboyeji, who is the founding partner of Future Africa. He will be joining us virtually for this panel, for this session. And then may we also welcome Rinsola Abiola, Managing Partner, Local Solutions. Rinsola Abiola, please, can you join us on the stage? May I also invite the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Innovation and Digital Economy, Sokoto, Nasir Dania. Nasir Dania, please, can you come to the stage? May we welcome our speakers. Inyolua, who is joining us virtually. Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir. Rinsola Abiola. Okay, thank you very much.
Hello, how are you? In the middle of the women. How are you? Good. Did not activate.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's not working. Is it working? Okay, good. Good afternoon, everyone. Standing on existing protocol, my name is Zuma Yahaya, Managing Partner for Bobit Africa. Bobit Africa is a growth strategy management consultant firm, and we typically help small and medium businesses refine, define, and achieve their objective. I am delighted to be moderating this session with Mr. Nasir Dania and Ms. Rinsola Abiola. Welcome, please.
Thank you.
And I don't know if he's online yet. Okay, let's proceed so we are able to connect to him. Good afternoon, Mr. Nasir.
Good afternoon.
You are the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Innovation and Digital Economy for Sokoto. How is Sokoto State promoting entrepreneurship, innovation, and a thriving tech startup ecosystem as key drivers of economic growth and job creation?
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I would like to start by appreciating NITDA and by extension Federal Ministry of Innovation, Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy for giving us the opportunity to be here. I guess Sokoto State is the only state where a commissioner and a permanent secretary have been here from the beginning of the session to date. So that shows our commitment and resolve to ensure we are supporting whatever the federal government is driving, and we're also trying to ensure we comply with whatever the federal government is coming up with. I think that's why the name of our ministry is Ministry of Innovation and Digital Economy, and I believe it's the only ministry in Nigeria that has such a name across all the states of the federation. In Sokoto State, we are one of the earliest states that started adopting the digital economic blueprints in general. If you look at the National Digital Economic Policy and Strategy document, as well as the document released by the current Minister of Communications, Innovations and Digital Economy, which are the 9 strategic pillars the federal government intends to achieve. We have already started implementing such in so many ways in Sokoto State. First of all, under our ministry, there is an ICT directorate, and the history of that directorate started way back before NITDAin was even established, because we started in 1999, and I believe by the act of NITDAin, it started full operation in 2007. So we came a long way. The directorate was formalized in 2015, and it is the operational mechanism that we use to achieve this entrepreneurship. We call them techpreneurs in the state, where we specifically focus on those with talent and skills and capacity to deliver tech-related solutions using innovation and digital economic activities. So just a brief about what we are doing and the agency that is coordinating such under our ministry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nasser. Hi, Risala. Is it okay to call you Risala?
That's fine.
Okay. What does it mean to build a digital nation? What do you think are the components that makes a digital nation?
Thank you very much. I would say that to build a digital nation would entail ensuring that digital awareness in the young people especially. If we look at the demography of people really doing us proud in the tech scene and putting Nigeria on the map, many of them are really young people, and the interest in tech and digital economy among young people is natural, because essentially it's what they are growing up with our generation and those coming after us. So building a digital generation entails providing an enabling environment for that interest in tech to be nurtured, for people to understand that there are so many things that can be done from their phones, from their systems, a lot of businesses that can be run, the opportunities, the immense opportunities available through tech for economic development, for social development, for citizen engagement even. There are no limits, so to speak, when it comes to tech. And for our young people particularly to understand that the whole world is before them. They can be part of a global digital economy right from the comfort of their homes, to also make it easy for them to access the skills that they need to be able to participate in the digital economy, not just within Nigeria, but on a but on a global scale, and to equip them with those skills and to also make it easy for them to participate. And that's why, for me, I'm very happy about the development with the Ministry for Digital Economy, the investments that have been made in training millions of young Nigerians to be able to participate in the global tech scene. So those are the kind of steps that we need to take to build a digital nation. And I think we also need to build on the work being done by the federal government, for instance, by ensuring that states also key into the vision of the current administration when it comes to tech, when it comes to digital economy, when it comes to supporting our young people and giving them the skills that they need. There's only so much that the federal government can do. And if we have similar policies at state level being enacted, being implemented by governors, by administrators at the lower levels, also making it easy for young people to access the internet, to give them the skills that they need, it's going to help us build on the work that is being done and ensure that a lot more people can benefit from the digital economy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nasser. How is Sokoto State collaborating with the private sector, the academia, and the civil society to promote research, innovation, and digital skills development in the state?
In that regard, the current administration under the leadership of Dr. Ahmed Ali Sokoto, our governor, he appointed
You're not speaking into
a commissioner of innovations and digital economy. And the first thing we started doing is trying to engage with the stakeholders across the country. We started by visiting Lagos State about 2 weeks ago. We met with the Commissioner of Innovation, Science and Technology. After that, I think visited about 14 private sector companies, including one of the top companies that we have in this country. I am not going to mention names so that it will serve as an advertisement for them, but we actually engaged with them. We communicated our intents and our policy drives and direction. We invited them to the state. We have conducted physical assessments of the infrastructure on ground. In Sokoto, we have designed what we intend to do as a government into segments. Like we have public support programs, we have government support programs, we have private support programs, and we also have external support programs. So we look at stakeholder and determine which direction they are coming in. If they show interest in where they are coming from, then we'll determine the appropriate sectors we are going to align their services, their intents, or their solutions to. Secondly, we try to make the environment so conducive. You know, having a Ministry of Innovation and Digital Economy, I think is one of the most important steps, because anything we are doing now, we can sync directly with what the federal government is doing. We have Sokoto State Information and Communication Technology Draft Bill, which we expect to pass into law any moment from this month, which would complement what the NITDAin is doing. We also design our activities in such a way that it's an open kind of option for anyone to come in. We engage so well with the academic institutions. In Sokoto, I think we have one of the first universities, online universities in Nigeria. Iconic University is based in Sokoto State. Our ministry was part of, the agencies that push for and encourage our youth to get involved into that. We also engage strongly with the other universities in the State University, the Usman Danfodio University, and other private universities. So, in a nutshell, Sokoto State is a very good avenue for stakeholders in the private sector to come in. Our state is like a virgin state when it comes to ICT penetration by the private sector. So we still have so many areas where people can come in and invest. It's a safe place, and if anyone wants to talk more about it, our commissioner is there. Myself as his permanent secretary, we are here. So let's kickstart the partnership and collaboration as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nasser. What strategies should Nigeria employ to ensure digital inclusion? Digital inclusion, providing access and opportunities for all its citizens, irrespective of age, income, and gender.
Okay. So a very good example of the kind of steps that we need to take was one of the things I mentioned earlier, which is the training that is being rolled out for 3 million Nigerians in digital skills to enable them to participate in the digital economy. We also need to be very deliberate about reaching... We also need to be very deliberate about reaching people across divides. Although it is true that it's mostly young people who are into tech, it is knowledge that is transferable. You don't necessarily need academic qualifications, for instance, don't really matter so much if you're able to pick up key skills in tech. And this is something that we can impart in other segments of the society as well. Then Nigeria, we're doing quite okay when it comes to the number of people who have access to the internet, but
we still need to do more to ensure that there is penetration of digital services in lots of communities in the country. I'm very aware of the fact that there are some areas of the country where they have serious connectivity issues, and people like this are left out of the opportunities available to them if those services were available. So we need to also invest in infrastructure, roll out the needed infrastructure so that our people are able to access digital services. There needs to be quite a bit of work done to ensure that internet connectivity, for instance, is a bit more affordable so that more Nigerians can afford it. We have serious economic challenges. A lot of our people are grappling with being able to meet basic needs. So in as much as we're trying to get people to get more into tech, to be more aware of the opportunities there, to develop the skills that they need, it's also important that the barriers to access are not so high. And we need to also partner with non-governmental organizations, development agencies, the private sector, to make sure that these services are more readily available to people. I think there's a lot that the private sector could do through investing in CSR, corporate social responsibility, to bring digital skills and digital services to Nigerians, especially those who are disadvantaged or those who do not have the requisite skills to benefit from the digital economy. So there's quite a lot that we can do. And again, I keep harping on the role that state governments have to play, because I work in government relations, and I know that beyond the attitude of the federal government being receptive to growing the digital economy, we don't have, sorry, I wouldn't say we don't have, but not all states are like Sokoto that are making very deliberate efforts to, develop tech in their states as well. And it's the same issue, sorry to digress a bit, the same issue we had with the ease of doing business, where the federal government was doing so much and still is doing a lot, but in states, the reality is quite different. So we also need the states to be on board to develop tech policies for getting people to be more actively involved in tech, to enable them participate in the digital economy, and for states to also create that enabling environment. A lot of states don't have ministries dedicated to digital economy just yet. It's either they don't really understand the scope and what it is that they can achieve through that. We're talking a lot about unemployment, but there are immense opportunities that if we just focused on tech and trying to really get our people to develop the skills, to give them the opportunities, to equip them with what they need, with equipment, laptops, tablets, things that they would need to actually participate meaningfully and to earn well, it would help us a great deal. And then we also need to look at barriers to earning, because we have quite a number of young people who have a hard time converting the funds that they earn. For instance, those doing remote work, it's quite a process to be able to get your funds that you have earned legally, to your accounts in Nigeria. So these are all things that we need to be able to sort out to make it a lot easier for our people, not just to participate, but to earn and then to, participate meaningfully in the digital economy.
Thank you very much, Risola. We have Inyolua Aboyeji is joining virtually, the founding partner for Future Africa. If you can hear me, what strategies do you think can be employed to ensure that rural and underserved areas are not left behind in the digital transformation? And how do we promote equal opportunities and economic development across board?
Okay.
Moving on, Mr. Nasser, how is Sokoto preparing her citizens and workforce for the jobs and industries of the future? How are they ensuring that they have the skills required in a rapidly changing digital landscape?
I think we are trying to do what is necessary as usual, as expected. We looked at the whole issue of digital economy and what the National Digital Economic Policy and Strategy sees. For example, if you look at the federal government's plan strategic goal number 5, which is National Digital Economy Bill that the Federal Ministry of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy intends to present possibly within this year. The plan is for the minister to ensure the bill is passed into law by next year, so that by 2026, about 50% of everything we are doing in Nigeria in terms of public service, digitization, movement from the conventional methods of filing system to e-government is done. So we looked at it holistically and identified so many opportunities out there. For example, if we go by the statistics that is available online, the Nigerian workforce working for the federal government is less than 800,000. And this 800,000 constitute less than 1% of Nigeria's population. As a civil servant, I just looked at an opportunity of going paperless there. We have about 160 MDAs in Nigeria, the federal MDAs. Each MDA spends a minimum of 1 million naira buying papers. Okay? If you multiply this figure by, multiply it by 1 year, multiply it by 10 years, imagine the amount of money we are spending. On average, we spend about 150 million buying papers. An average school, we built it around 15 million naira. So we are wasting like 10 schools every year into the trash. And it affects our environment. So if you look at it from what kind of contribution you are bringing to support the digital economic development of the country, using how you can save the environment, that's a perspective. So that's how we looked at it in Sokoto. In 2015, before this even came into existence, the National Digital Economic Policy and Strategy, we conducted a research related to that. We are not only looking at tech-related solutions, we also look at the impact that such kind of solution will have for our environment. We realized in Sokoto we consume about 3 million pure water sachets per week. When you multiply that by 4 months, imagine the number of pure waters we consume in the state. Multiply that by 36 states of the federation. Look at the kind of money and look at the environmental contamination. So when you use technology to advocate for this, you are actually contributing something that supports the digital economic transformation. So like this paper I'm talking about, I just found out that about 4,000 people attend this kind of gathering, this Digital Nigeria conference. In 2019, I made a presentation. I said, can we try from 2019 to 2023 and ensure that no paper is used when we are conducting subsequent National Council on Communications and Digital Economy? So imagine if we adopt that and adopt similar thing in this kind of conference. So I hope NITDA and the organizers will look into this. By next year, try and push this paperless laws that the minister is trying to do and start test running it on Digital Nigeria 2024 and see where we can use a QR code, have access to this place, and all these prints and books we are using now, we eliminate it and start going paperless. So that's how we think in Sokoto, and that's how we try to communicate to the federal government. So I hope the people out there that are listening and are looking for opportunities in the state, if your solutions and ideas are related to agriculture, there's a way we can use technology and digital economy to support your ideas. So that's how we approach it. And finally, our entrepreneurs in the state are not only, we don't only support techpreneurs. There are some that are having good initiative and innovative ideas that are coming through the agricultural sector. We try to guide them on how to integrate and embrace agriculture and use technology to develop what they are developing. So these are one of the strategies we are adopting. I believe by the time you have a side talk with our commissioner, you will be able to elaborate more on the policies on ground. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nasser. Risala, in building a digital nation, how do you think we can ensure that public infrastructure investment aligns with digital goals and are adapting to technological changes?
And adapts to?
Adapting to changing technologies.
Okay. So incidentally, I mentioned infrastructure earlier. So one, it's very key that we understand the needs that we have. We need to be working on data. We need to be working with actionable data. We need to know exactly what the gaps are and the vacuum that needs to be filled, so we know the exact requirements that we need to meet as a people, as a country. And as I mentioned earlier as well, it's key that we have partnerships. Strategic partnerships are very key in meeting our goals, both as an administration and with regards to doing the work that is needed to really strengthen the digital economy in Nigeria. So we'll need a lot of support from the private sector with government to ensure that the infrastructure on which this digital economic businesses are built is made available to as many Nigerians as possible. We also need to anticipate the needs of our people and to stay on top of trends across the globe. We need to see what's happening now, where things tend to be going. AI, for instance, is like the next wave. We need to know what we need to do to equip our people so that we can compete on a global scale when it comes to artificial intelligence. We need to also focus on our curriculum in the universities, for those who are studying at that level, to ensure that what they are being taught is actually what they need to be competitive when they're done, and to also ensure that training is made available to those who maybe are studying something entirely different or are not within the formal school system at all, but that they're able to gain the skills that they need to participate meaningfully in the digital economy.
Thank you very much, Risala. On this note, we'll be coming to the end of this panel session. Thank you for your time. Thank you everyone for listening.
Wouldn't you like to make it a resounding applause? They'll step forward now for photographs. And I must say this is the last panel for the afternoon of the third day of the 2023 edition of Digital Nigeria. Many thanks to the panel. Thank you. And so we are gradually now winding up. So let me announce that the communique, which I'm sure you're expecting, will be posted on NITDA's website for your comments. So watch out for it in the next few days. We won't be reading it on here, but it will be posted on the website. So we will do a bit of thank you. You deserve to be thanked. Everyone is here still. The hall is as full, almost as full as it was on the first day. So this is really exciting. The conference has been wonderful. Everybody has had something to learn. We've had to network. There's enormous benefit in being here today and for the past 3 days. So for the vote of thanks, I'm tempted to put this gentleman on the spot to test him a bit, and I'll tell you a short story. 2 geese were conversing. They were living in a drought environment, and they thought they could migrate to where it was greener pasture. So they hatched a plan. Why don't we just take off and migrate? But they didn't know that a frog was overhearing them. So the frog said he would like to also come along. But how would he? He couldn't fly. So he dug deep into his creativity and said he could dash into the thicket and get a stalk, a small stick, and both birds would grab each end, then he could climb. And that was a good idea, they thought. They said, oh, why not? So the frog hopped all over to the thicket and came back with a stick. So both birds grabbed the 2 ends, and then they were airborne, so the frog hopped on, and then they were really up in the sky. So some men saw this aircraft and said to themselves, who could have designed this ingenious aircraft? The frog heard them, and pride got the better of him, and he said, I did it. And for him to say, I did it, he had to open his mouth. Remember, he climbed onto with his teeth. As he said that, he lost hold. and came crashing on earth. Don't ask me what happened to him eventually. So I'm going to ask the secretary, the local organizing committee, who's been in the thick of this thing, to come forward and let's hear him say if he did it all by himself or who else he should be thanking. Dr. Aristotle for the vote of thanks at this time. Dr. Aristotle is a perfect gentleman, humble but effective. He does his job with precision. He's also very studious. He reads widely. If you will please come forward, sir, for the vote of thanks. That's how shy he is. He will require 2 invitations to come. Applaud him. Fine gentleman as he's making his way to this place.
I want to stand on the existing protocol, but I just want to say a few words before I just give the vote of thanks. First, I want to acknowledge our Honorable Minister, who has given us the support that is required to carry out this onerous responsibility of bringing this event to this level. I also want to use this opportunity also to recognize and appreciate our Director General, Kashifu Inua Abdullahi, whom we refer as the new generation. You agree with me that this particular Digital Nigeria came in a different shape, in a different form, and with a different ambience. And I want to let us know that this particular edition of Digital Nigeria, which is actually the 17th edition, is the best that we have ever had. Both in attendance, both in participation, and the quality of the conversation that have taken place within these 3 days we have spent here. Again, we have had more than 39 sessions in these 3 days. Very inciting, very revealing, and very educative. And I also want to use this opportunity to thank my colleagues, especially the members of the AOC, with particular reference to my indefatigable chairman, who has given all the strength he has to mobilize us, to support us, and to also ginger us to bring this event to the level it is at this moment. Permit me also to say, to recognize the entire management of NITDA, National Information Technology Development Agency, who has also given us the required support. You know, without the necessary approvals, we cannot do anything at all. I extend my thanks to them. I also want to single out once again our visionary DG, who has democratized his vision and has empowered all at all levels to be able to carry out their responsibilities and be accountable to every of their activity. And that's why we are able to drive this event to the level it is today. I also want to acknowledge the participants for their patience, for their endurance, and for their incisive contribution. Because together, as we all collaborate and as we all network, the innovation that we are expecting can easily happen. I also want to extend our thanks to our young boys and our young girls in the other room, in the hackathon section, who have been busy in the past 2 days trying to break codes and trying to create a new solution for a long-standing problems. I want to say a big thank you to them for their patience and endurance, their coordination and their networking to have brought to come to the end of this particular program. Now the conversation continues as we have begun to discuss issues that has to do with emerging technologies, that has to do with government technologies, that also have to do with consumer tech and also consumer creative economy. It doesn't stop at this moment. It is a continuous conversation. The floor is already open. We have seen great opportunities that the government can offer. We can also see what collaboration can do with the partnership with the private sector. And together, we can build a digital economy that will be reckoned globally. On that note, I want to say, for everyone who has contributed, young and old, including the rapporteurs, the members of the technical committees, and those who have made this particular lighting and environment to have this kind of ambience that we have, and also have contributed in giving us the right kind of digital experience that we needed at this moment to be able to appreciate what digital technology can do. I say a very big thank you to you. And to our exhibitors who has kept us, kept the entire environment active, displaying quality products, and also making us to know that Nigeria has a better things to offer. I also say a big thank you to you. And for those of them who are helping us to keep this particular environment tidy, helping us to clean the rooms, helping us to clean the kitchens, and tidy the plates, and making it comfortable for us to come and sit down. I also say a very big thank you to you. I may not be able to mention everyone, but one thing I say, that as we all live here, I want you all, by the grace of God, you will all arrive to our respective destinations in peace in Jesus' name. Thank you very much, and God bless.
All right, thank you, Dr. Aristotle, for acknowledging everyone who's been part of this wonderful event. Let me especially say thank you to the sponsors at whose behest, in the manner of speaking, that we're all here again. And thanks also to my colleagues, the moderators, the masters of ceremonies, for being with us all through the 3 days. Now, I have another announcement. We will have an award night tonight, but it's card admits. So if you haven't got a card, please find a way to get an invitation, because it's card admits. So we'll wind up proceedings now and then come back later in the evening at about 6 or thereabouts. Readiness in this hall for the award night. The last thing I have to say is to acknowledge this wonderful team. I will ask them to please make their way on stage for a group photograph. Members of the local organizing committee. We won't wait for all of you if you don't make it fast. Members of the local organizing committee, close out photograph. Please come on stage right now. Dr. Jide Ajayi leading the pack. Group photograph, local organizing committee. Okay, so are they shy? LOC, come for group photograph. Okay, we don't have much time, so if you want to make this worth our while, why don't you make it quickly? LOC members, please, it's your time to be acknowledged, all of you, by a photograph. Thank you. Local organizing committee, Debbie, Kali. Please make it fast. Come on stage. Thank you. I know you're much more than this. How you doing? So where are your colleagues, the other members? Please step forward a bit more. Okay, thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, on that note, I'd like to then finally thank you all for having been here for the past 3 days. And I will then say good afternoon and goodbye.